Daddy, I love you. Months of radical Hinduism in WaPo. On time, let's go. Months tilde. Waiting for Hasan Jam has hyperjam. Maybe I'll hit a year at the same time as World War III drops Pogu. Damn, has it been 14 months already? Love this community, heart. Oh no, I'm getting close to the magic brain rot number monk, or anyways. Hi chat hassle. Hey, I am new around here but I like the vibes. Cheers. It's Tuesday, innit? Alright chat, I'm going to Ukraine to settle this once and for all. Wish me luck. Early onset brain rot. brain rot.
You said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
Yeah.
What's going on, everybody?
Hey Russia. Touch my camera though the fence.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. Matter where you are in the world. I'm Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys,
Oh no, Russia go wee.
I hope all the girls and all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because it is up a little bit. It's fucking Tuesday, my dude. It's fucking Tuesday, innit? It's a proper Tuesday. It's Tuesday, bruv. It's fucking Tuesday. That's right. It's Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022. And it's 11:19 a.m. and I'm right on the fucking money. Right on the money, mob, bruv. Right on the fucking money. Right. I'm perfectly on time right now. It's Tuesday, innit?
It'll just be a stunlock stream, but whatever.
Right. Fucking right, Aiden says first stream on back. That's right, there's going to be a little bit of brotherphobia. The Queen is on the precipice of death by COVID, the China virus. She's got COVID, and Boris Johnson just recently came out and said, We're going to take it on the fucking chinny, bruv. Once again, we're going to take it on the fucking chinny, yeah? That's right, Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson went out and said to the oil bravs, he said, we're going to properly handle COVID. We're going to leave it up to the individual. The individual in the UK, the individual oil brav is of course very capable of turning proper health and safety into a matter of personal hygiene, and that is precisely why, as of today, we are going to let COVID take hold in the country, and I will irreversibly raise yet another pint, as I have done before, and long live the Queen. That's right. So, anyway, that's what's going on. It's fucking Tuesday. It's Tuesday. It's Oibruv Day, you know? It's fucking Oibruv Day. I'm sounding a little groggy, bruv. And the reason why I'm sounding a little groggy is because, I don't know, I got some fucking grog in me, yeah? It's so good. It's so good. It's fucking Tuesday, innit? It's a super Tuesday. It's a super fucking Tuesday. It's the type of Tuesday. There's a 2/2/2022.
It's me,
right?
Vladimir Putin. Hope you are doing well in the West. Cheers.
Anyway, it's a proper Tuesday. We're going to raise a fucking proper pint for fucking proper Tuesday. When he finds out Putin wants to cancel Czech pickup porn. I mean, dude. Listen,
Ukraine
it's cheeky.
Off, boys.
I sound knackered, mate. Shut the fuck up. Why are you so annoying? Dog, if you're in here, you're a fan, okay? If you're in here, you're a parasocialist. Okay? You're before the fucking blast off tweet. You're in here, you're waiting. You can't say I'm annoying if you're a fan, okay? You love it. I'm the type of fucking annoying that you love, okay? Anyway, your noise gate is shitty. Bruh, I can hear it cut in. What the fuck? What do you mean? Something changed in my noise gate? I don't know. Sometimes things happen. But like I said, you can't be making fun of me. You can't be making fun of me if you're in here early as fuck, okay? Anyway. It's fucking Tuesday. We're raising a pint. I'm raising an irreversibly raising a pint to the Queen. Long live the Queen. Smoking on that pack watch. Smoking on that Queen watch. She's got COVID. And she might irreversibly die as a consequence of getting COVID. Anyway.
More stunlock from Vosh lives today.
I know Joseph Robin Biden is live. Oh, he's live now. Okay, fuck it. We're going right into it, boys. We're going right into it. Joseph Robinette Biden is talking about Russia Jack, the Mac attack. Let's go.
States. And he bizarrely asserted that these regions are no longer part of Ukraine and their sovereign territory.
Let's go.
To put it simply,
watch.
Russia just announced that it is carving out a big chunk of Ukraine. Last night, Putin authorized Russian forces to deploy into these regions. Today, he asserted that these regions are actually extend deeper than
it's been 15 months.
Areas he recognized, claiming large areas currently under the jurisdiction of the Ukraine government. He's setting up a rationale to take more territory by force, in my view. And if we listened to his speech last night, and many of you did, I know, he's setting up a rationale to go much further. This is the beginning of a Russian invasion of Ukraine, as he indicated and asked permission to be able to do from his Duma. So let's begin to, I'm going to begin to impose sanctions in response far beyond the steps we and our allies and partners implemented in 2014. And if Russia goes further with this invasion, we stand prepared to go further as with sanctions. Who in the Lord's name does Putin think gives him the right to declare new so-called countries on territory that belong to his neighbors? This is a flagrant violation of international law.
I mean, that's a Western thing. He's like, that's literally, that's our job, you know? Homie be like, that's what we do. You can't do that.
We've coordinated closely with our NATO allies and partners.
You can't do that. That's what we do. All right, blast off, blast off. Let everybody know we're live and alive. Let everybody know we're live and alive, folks.
More than a month ago, that we would act together. And the moment Russia moved against Ukraine, Russia has now undeniably moved against Ukraine by declaring these independent states. So today,
I mean, international law is a fucking meme, right? Obviously. But having said that, what Putin did is ridiculous. Like, when America does it, it's ridiculous. When Putin did it in Ukraine, it's still ridiculous. Also, Mac SA, thank you for like the 7 million gift subs that you've given so far.
Two large Russian financial institutions, VEB and their military bank. We're implementing comprehensive sanctions on Russian sovereign debt. That means we've cut off Russia's government from Western financing. It can no longer raise money from the West and cannot
let your friends know. Don't let your foes know that we're live.
On our markets or European markets.
Happy Tuesday, Hasan.
Starting tomorrow and continuing in the days ahead, we'll also impose sanctions on Russia's elites and their family members. They share in the corrupt gains of the Kremlin policies and should share in the pain as well. And because of Russia's actions, we've worked with Germany to ensure Nord Stream 2 will not, as I promised, will not move forward. As Russia contemplates its next move, we have our next move prepared as well. Russia will pay an even steeper price if it continues its aggression, including additional sanctions. The United States will continue to provide defensive assistance to Ukraine in the meantime, and will continue to reinforce and reassure our NATO allies. Today, in response to Russia's admission that it will not withdraw its forces from Belarus, I have authorized additional movements of U.S. forces and equipment already stationed in Europe to strengthen our Baltic allies, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. Let me be clear, these are totally defensive moves on our part.
I think it's pretty funny that they're reconsidering opening Keystone while simultaneously talking about how they're shutting off Nord Sea 2.
Our allies will defend every inch of NATO territory and abide by the commitments we made to NATO. We still believe that Russia is poised to go much further.
Sympologist, thank you for the 22 gifted subs.
Against Ukraine. Hope I'm wrong about that. Hope we're wrong about that. But Russia has only escalated its threat against the rest of Ukrainian territory, including major cities and including the capital city of Kyiv. There are still well over 150,000 Russian troops surrounding Ukraine. And as I said, Russian forces remain positioned in Belarus to attack Ukraine from the north, including war.
Yes, Russia has been in the Donbass region, but unofficially, okay? So, yes, this is an escalation. This is an outright escalation. The recognition of independent territories is an outright escalation.
Missile cruisers and submarines. Russia's moved supplies of blood and medical equipment into position on the border. You don't need blood unless you plan on starting a war. Over the last few days, we've seen much of the playbook that Secretary Blinken laid out last week in the United Nations Security Council come to pass. A major increase in military provocations.
Not North Stream, it's North Sea.
Contact in the Donbass. Dramatically staged, conveniently on-camera meeting of Putin's Security Council to grandstand for the Russian public. And now, political provocation of recognizing sovereign Ukrainian territory as so-called independent republics.
Isn't it Nord Stream?
International
it's
law.
Not Nord's.
President Putin has sought authorization from the Russian parliament to use military force outside of Russian territory.
Wait, what did I say?
Set the stage for further pretext of further provocation.
What did I say?
To try to justify further military action.
You're ready for World War III.
None of us should be fooled. None of us will be fooled. There is no justification. Further Russian assault in Ukraine.
It doesn't matter. Hold on. We'll parse that later. Oh, fuck.
If Russia proceeds, it is Russia and Russia alone that bears the responsibility. As we respond, my administration is using every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers from rising prices at the pump.
I am stuffy.
As I said last week, defending freedom will have cost for us as well and here at home. We need to be honest about that.
19-month
But
brain
as
rot,
we
let's go.
do this, I'm going to take robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, not ours. We're closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We're executing a plan in coordination with major oil-producing consumers and producers toward a collective investment to secure stability in global energy supplies. This will blunt gas prices. I want to limit the pain to the American people. At the gas pump. This is critical to me. In the last few days,
I swear to God,
I've been in constant contact with European leaders, including with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Vice President Harris met in person with the leaders in Germany over the weekend at the Munich conference, including President Zelensky. At every step, we have shown the United States and our allies and partners are working in unison, which he hasn't been counting on, Mr. Putin. We're united in our support of Ukraine. We are united in our opposition to Russian aggression. And we're united in our resolve to defend our NATO alliance. And we're united in our understanding of the urgency and seriousness of the threat Russia is making to global peace and stability. Yesterday, the world heard clearly the full extent of...
I know we meme on him for talking about the gas pump pain, but you'd be surprised how many people have internet... Of course people care about that. But in relation to like us fucking dealing with foreign nations and how that impacts our gas prices is fucking ridiculous because Ukrainian people are going to fucking die and so are Russians.
Any interest in pursuing real dialogue.
Like the fucking American the piece of shit fucking fat Americans in their mega cars being upset about high gas prices is the least of my fucking concerns with respect to like completely flubbing a goddamn serious powder keg of a fucking situation in Ukraine. Like, yeah, oh no, my gas, brother, get the fuck out of here. Like, it's so selfish. Americans are so fucking selfish.
Challenges we're facing. Nonetheless, there is still time to avert the worst case scenario.
It's disgusting. I know he's like speaking to the American people, but like
suggested. The United States and our allies and partners remain open to diplomacy if it is serious.
America has never fucking opposed imperialism, okay? America does not have honorable anti-imperialist intentions.
And whatever Russia does
You're a fucking idiot. That fact has not changed if you genuinely believe that. You dumb bitch. You're dumb. You're stupid.
We'll probably have more to say about this as it moves on. I'm hoping diplomacy is still available. Thank you all very much.
Okay, here's the thing, all right? We jumped right into it, and I'm going to talk about it right immediately, okay? There is this very, very, very concerning fucking attitude that I see from a lot of people who believes that they're leftists or whatever, who say that they're leftists, about how, like, America is the anti-imperialist force here, okay? It's not. It's not the anti-imperialist force. And my genuine fear is that like a year down the line, we're going to be having a fucking conversation. 2 years down the line, we're going to be having a conversation about like, what happened in Ukraine? Like, how did it get to a point where like a country's entire, like a very vocal, but like small minority of people that were otherwise cast aside as fascists, how did they take control of Ukraine after, you know, fucking Zelensky's ousted? Okay, the same goddamn American playbook playing all over again. That will absolutely fucking ruin Ukraine even further. Okay, that's what my analysis as an American political commentator revolves around. Having said that, of course, what Russia did yesterday is completely unacceptable. Okay, it is. It is unacceptable. These are territories where Russian people live. Okay, these are territories where Russian people live that have been warring. Okay, like actively fighting with the casualties at 13,000 since 2014. Okay. Put the sign back up or I don't believe you. Here you go, dude. Here. Okay, there you go. Vladimir Putin is bad. Even if Russia completely annexed Donetsk and Luhansk, they're doing so with minimal bloodshed. I don't give a fuck about territorial integrity. People aren't dying as a direct result of his actions. The U.S. is the escalator of its actions too. No, but like,
almost 1 year.
Okay, here's the thing. Okay, here's what I don't believe. Like, here's what I think is fucking stupid. If we're gonna be fair, and I think I have been this entire fucking time, Like this idea that Ukraine would be fucking stupid enough to escalate conflict when 150,000 Russian troops are at its fucking border and not any other time in the Donbass region is fucking stupid. Like, no, I think they're pussies for the most part. Okay, I think the Ukrainian government knows that they are clearly not going to fucking increase conflict. That's part of the reason why I was already stating that, like, there's no shot fucking Russia invades any part of fucking Ukraine. Okay? Because this is a conflict that could have been handled diplomatically. Okay? Some form of the Minsk agreement, which neither side is holding holding their end of the bargain on, okay, that Ukrainians were demonstrably not a fan of, like the Ukrainian government, I mean. Okay? There are absolutely zero honest info about arguably reasonable concerns of Russia. The only attempt at explaining the current situation is Putin equals Hitler. Exactly. It's very fucking stupid. It's very stupid that people are constantly like doing like, oh, Putin is Hitler, Putin is Hitler, Putin is Hitler. I know Ukraine killed Minsk. I'm stating that like they were unhappy with it, but now it's going to fall on Vladimir Putin. Now the entirety of the world, which no matter what they fucking do, no matter what Putin would have done in the situation, is now going to point to Vladimir Putin as like directly invading these territories instead of handling it diplomatically. So, is this a Russian apologist stream? Yes, I love Russia. I love Vladimir Putin. I love the Russian Empire. Long live Russia. I really do hope they are obviously clearly communist. What's that above my head? I don't fucking know, dude. Anyway, do you want me to tap the sign above? Okay. Motherfuckers be like, dude, you love Russia? While I'm in the middle of criticizing Russia. Okay. Anyway, so the point is this. Okay, if chatters could read, they'd be very upset. Exactly. I mean, it's like comically large, man. The sign is comically fucking large. So, if you're still fucking acting like you're confused about what where my allegiances are in this matter, then I don't know what to fucking tell you. Okay, so look. Vladimir Putin is hyper-capitalist, oligarch, corrupt, authoritarian, awful piece of shit, yada, yada, yada. Kills his fucking opponents, KGB guy, kind of looks sexy without a shirt on. I do respect him for working out, but that's the only thing I respect him on, okay? We know all of that. I mean, you've heard that a million times, and it's true. Okay? So I don't really fucking talk about it as much because clearly that's like established fact. Who gives a fuck? Right? We are currently having a conversation around is like what Vladimir Putin intends to do, what the material conditions in Russia look like, what the underlying economic interests are, okay? What the underlying economic interests are with respect to Russia overtaking parts of Ukraine, with respect to the United States and their reaction to Russia's actions in this situation. Okay? And why they're doing certain things. Okay? Every single year since like the annexation of Crimea, Russia has been holding military exercises. We've talked about this already. They hold the military exercise at their border regularly. There's always troop activity. That exercise has grown. There's always a big fucking deal about, Russian troop presence at the border because that's what military exercises are for. It's a show of force. We in America do it. Okay? We in America do that on a daily basis. I mean, we do it all the time. We do it in the fucking Korean Peninsula. We do it in the South. We do it in the South China Sea. We do it regularly so we can flex our might all around the world. Putin is doing it inside of his own borders, but it's still a show of force. Okay? So.
Jammies.
And that size has grown. That magnitude has grown to a degree this year that is more than the prior years, okay? So understand that. But the reason why I assumed that Vladimir Putin would not fucking invade or send peaceful troops, which is bullshit. Okay, these are not peaceful peacekeeping troops. Okay, Vladimir Putin is using the language of Western liberal capitalists. But no one really believes him, regardless. So it doesn't really matter because no one is actually going to fucking take his word for it and take him charitably. But he is. He's literally using the exact same fucking language that America uses when America's doing imperialism, to be like, this is a defensive posture. We're actually going to be saving the lives and livelihood of the millions of fucking hundreds of thousands of Russian people living in Luhansk and in the Donbass region in general. This is occupied territory. 13,000 people have died. They're fucking going to do genocide to our people. They're going to do fucking they're stopping us from using our language, yada yada yada. The reality is much different, obviously, okay? Because let's be fucking real. Like, Ukraine does not want the smoke. They don't. They don't want the smoke. What Vladimir Putin is doing is using this ongoing conflict and escalating it to take more territory, to take another chunk out of Ukraine. Okay? That's it. America is not recognizing it as an invasion at this moment. And the reason why America is not recognizing this as an invasion at this moment is because, oh God, why did you show this? Oh no, you're outing me. Oh no, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Smashing it for 18 months, Hasan. Love all you do.
That's not, I'm trying to delete this. I'm trying to delete this photo from the internet. I'm trying to delete that photo from the internet. That's not real. I was not horseback riding with shirtless Vladimir Putin. Also here, blast off, blast off. We're still doing this, blasting off. Anyway, doesn't U.S. fracking natural gas benefit Nord Stream closing high gas prices, making the fracking gas more viable? Yeah, the main reason why the American government has regularly been directly in opposition to Nord Stream 2 is because they have openly stated it. Europe would have an over-reliance on Russian gas. It would give too much power to Russia. That's it. There's no like an environmental reason for it. There's no reason for it other than they do not want Russia to have more economic power. That's it, motherfucker. That's it. That's at the heart of this conflict, and that's precisely what they didn't want. That's precisely why I said, let Germany and France deal with Russia. Let Germany and France, who already have a fucking complex trade relationship with Russia, well, not France, but especially Germany, deal with fucking Russia. Okay? But no, everybody was like, nope, that's a security concern. That's a security concern. That's a security concern for Europe. That's a security concern for Europe. Why is it a security concern for Europe? Because, what if Russia cuts off the gas? They have too much power over Europe all of a sudden. Dog, like a gigantic chunk of their economy revolves around giving fucking gas to Europe, okay? Shut the fuck up. Like, no one wants to normalize relationships with this foreign country and consistently consider it a fucking foreign adversary. Anyway. Ukraine. So what you're saying is that as a longtime America is capitalist, you will be a socialist Russian troll. You are just like Trump. What? Do I have like, are there like bot accounts happening on Twitch now, like Twitter or something? People are just like not making any sense in my chat. You understand that the reason why we don't normalize it because they're literally invading countries? Like, dude, you are fucking insane. We have normalized not only normal relationships, but we literally routinely refused to even condemn or sanction Israel, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and fucking the northern Syrian corridor. That's like NATO approved actions. Shut the fuck up. You are dumb as fuck, dude. Every country that has like some level of fucking prominence and power in the international scale as a consequence of their fucking natural resources invades countries around their borders. That doesn't make it okay, but get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. Like to act like, you know, there is this genuine consistency. The likelihood that someone would invade another fucking country would be lower if they had normalized fucking and treated the other country like a normal country. Okay. Anyway.
17 months, Pog.
Let alone let's even have that conversation about America. Okay. Holy fuck. If you then what? I'm not repeating this fucking. I think people confuse you attacking the U.S. with defending Russia. You clearly attack both. Exactly. I am of the fucking path of least resistance. And all these pussy ass motherfuckers who kept saying like, literally Kyiv is going to be bombed, like salivating, doing like, ooh, I can't wait for the fucking war to break out. Salivating, like getting horny as fuck, thinking about dead fucking Ukrainian babies that they will be able to fucking follow with a 24/7 coverage. We're totally fucking wrong time and time again. They don't have to apologize for shit. But when I openly fucking stated that I don't believe Russia is going to invade Ukraine as a consequence of these trade relationships and as a consequence of the inevitable like sanctions that would cripple Russia, that they were not going to do this and there was a diplomatic opportunity, everyone said, I'm doing appeasement. I'm fucking Chamberlain. Hitler is Putin. Putin is Hitler. Putin is worse than Hitler, actually, and I'm doing appeasement. It's really fucking frustrating. Anyway, here's the thing, okay? I've been critical of either side from the fucking jump, but because I'm not like repeating the State Department propaganda hook, line, and sinker and being understandably critical of the State Department propaganda that is being pumped out of our mainstream media, people just don't have any way of seeing this other than you have to take a fucking side immediately and jump to one issue over the other. So here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing. You come to me because I'm not going to be fucking repeating exactly what MSNBC is saying. Okay? That's the reality. You come to me because I am looking at every fucking angle on this conflict from an anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist perspective. And unlike the media that regularly gets things wrong and then is celebrated for getting things wrong and will even, will even turn around and do fucking touchdown end zone dances when they get things wrong and say, look, we repelled the Russian threat by getting things wrong deliberately. I'm going to fucking tell you I got something wrong. Okay? That's the difference. So I just want to get that out of the way immediately because there is not another fucking outlet out there, even on fucking BreadTube and in most other places either, where people regularly admit if they get something wrong. That's my difference, okay? That's it. That's the difference. You think the CBS goon that fucking literally lied about the WMDs in Iraq to advocate and agitate for an American invasion of Iraq turned around and apologized for it? Fuck no. He was doing that exact same bullshit. He was doing that exact same bullshit against Ukraine. The guy that came out, David, the video that we watched, I forget his name. I forget his last fucking name. Again, we watched him yesterday. He said Ukraine is going to be bombed. He said that Kyiv is going to undergo a shock and awe style bombing campaign. Anyway, I didn't watch Democracy Now! Today. I wish more people would watch Democracy Now! Though and listen to Democracy Now! They would have a better David Martin.
I'm really glad you changed your mind on Russia. It was kind of
that photo is going to be on r/public outrage as a real photo. Yeah. So I wanted to point that out so that, everybody fucking understands where I'm coming from. And of course, once again, understands exactly what I'm saying I got wrong. Like, I am further I am more critical, as of now, I am more critical of the Russian actions of yesterday than the American government is, okay? Just understand that. I am more critical of the actions that took place yesterday than the American government is. The American government that was agitating for war and said, banging the war drums, banging the war drums, banging the war drums, literally non-fucking stop, saying like Russia is going to murder babies. They're going to eat babies inside of Kyiv. They're ready to eat babies. They have a thirst for blood. They have a thirst for blood. Those motherfuckers have now turned around and been like, okay, well, maybe this is not an invasion because technically they invaded 8 years ago. So maybe it's not an invasion. No, this is a legitimized, like this is the actual legitimate, fucking invasion in comparison to the past 8 years of like material support to the Russian separatists, offering or sending Russian mercs in, or the fucking nationalist Wagner group, which I've referenced before. I don't know why the fuck people keep saying like, you don't talk about the fucking nationalists on the Russian side. I do. Shut the fuck up. Okay? He's doing salami tactics right now, slicing off one bit at a time.
Long live the Queen.
How are you more critical when you repeat the Ukrainian ISIS, Ukrainian civil war propaganda? Because it's not fucking propaganda. There are actually fucking Russian people living there, but also Russia is greatly exaggerating Ukraine's involvement in that situation. When I talk about the Ukrainian Nazis, that's not propaganda. That's fucking real, idiot. That's me being more critical of America. I don't think that like internally there are Ukrainians that are there's like a serious broad support for fucking a serious broad-based support for the Azov battalion. But I do think that America is beefing that shit up. And their sympathizers are in positions of power within the Ukrainian government, despite them not being popular, okay? Despite them not being broadly popular. And I've seen this so many fucking times. I've seen this exact same strategy with beefing up and giving money, beefing up and giving money to the fucking to the reactionary forces, and offering them more legitimacy within the government is an American tactic, and it's happening. So obviously, seeing that, I'm so happy. Wait, what? How are you more critical? Dude, I've actually been attacked by and doxxed by the Ukrainian ISIS. I'm not an idiot about it. I'm so happy you've seen it when I've lived it, bro. Wait, I don't understand. So you're saying that like what? You've been doxxed by them? So what's up?
Times have been tough.
What have I said?
My grandmother, but this stream is always able to cheer me up.
What have I fucking said? If you're a Ukrainian leftist, then you should understand exactly where I'm coming from with this issue. When America gets involved in your fucking business, following since 17 hours ago? No, this person has probably been following me for a long time. They probably unfollowed or some shit. Or maybe they didn't. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, this is a new, wait, what? I've been a fan for a long time. Literally the only time that they fucking talked is like yesterday. What is happening right now?
You were.
Anyway, do you think there's any way to the idea that Putin expected Trump to be in office to smooth this invasion over? No.
Please stop the British accent, it's painful. Except the Boris accent.
Anyway, what the fuck? This is so stupid. Okay. I haven't spoken because I wanted to hear more of your actual points before making statements. Okay. If you're a Ukrainian leftist who is like duked it out with the Azov battalion, then you probably also are upset about America legitimizing Azov battalion sympathizers, right? Right sector sympathizers, right? I would suspect if you are legitimately a Ukrainian leftist and not some fucking bot, and you say that they've doxed you, Okay, so then you understand the genuine fear that I have of America regularly legitimizing these fucking groups, playing footage in the news cycle of like Azov battalion and Azov adjacent fucking nationalist troops, you know, giving grandma a Kalashnikov and teaching them how to fucking shoot. Okay, or the same exact energy with like, wait, hold on, I gotta fucking shit. Hold on, I gotta pick this up real quick. Hold on 1 second.
Right now, seem a little quiet. I am checking my inbox and seeing what statements come out and what reaction members of Congress had from today's speech. But it appears that they're letting the White House take the lead on this. But of course, when they're back here in Washington next week, it'll likely be a large part of the discussion on the Hill.
All right, thanks so much, Rhonda. James, we talked about what to watch from the White House. What are you going to be watching overseas? What are you going to be watching in terms of actions or messages from Russia, as well as some of our NATO partners?
Yeah, Libby, we heard a few minutes ago that the French foreign minister has canceled a meeting with his Russian counterpart in retaliation. The French have been trying to play this sort of mediating role. We've seen the Germans be strong. We saw the clip earlier today of Boris Johnson also articulating a strong position. I was struck by President Biden saying, "I hope I'm wrong." You don't hear presidents say that very often, but saying, "I hope that this is not a full-scale attack." And one of the lines that stuck with me from the president's remarks was, "You don't need blood unless you plan on starting a war," which is that Russia is really building up for a full-scale invasion, to at least have the capability and the choice to do that, including large shipments of blood. And yeah, I think that the president is girding the American people and the West for some tough days ahead. It's going to be hard to watch the biggest land war in Europe since 1945, and he is laying the groundwork to rally the American people for potentially tough choices related to America's obligations under NATO and Article 5 to protect the Baltic states and Poland in the event that there is spillover. These kinds of situations have a historic tendency to spiral out of control, and the president is trying to bring the American people along for tough days ahead.
James Hohmann, Rhonda Colvin, and all of our colleagues in the Washington Post newsroom, thank you so much. We heard today a message of unity among allies as President Biden imposed another round of sanctions on Russia, responding to news over the weekend that Russian troops are moving into parts of Ukraine. The president saying this afternoon from the East Room of the White House that more sanctions will come, and he is watching to see what President Vladimir Putin does next. We will continue to bring you broadcasts of the breaking news regarding Ukraine and Russia in the coming days.
I got drafted into the fucking Ukrainian military, boys. I'm a part of the Azov battalion now. You know, I have to go and defend. Yeah, sorry. I got a phone call. I'm drafted, dude. Yep, that's right. I have to defend America's interests.
Parasocialists represent Giga has raid.
The Azov battalion, more like the Hasan battalion. Exactly. Anyway, the thing I was saying to that fucking leftist Ukrainian is like, listen, I've seen time and time again what happens when America gets involved in your country. They're already fucking talking about how your current administration is weak and feckless. And in a lot of ways, they are. And who do you think is going to be more aggressive of a force against Russia than the weak and feckless one, okay? A more nationalist one, obviously. That is fucking terrifying. That's not going to make your life better as a Ukrainian leftist, especially if they've doxed you. Imagine your doxers are running the fucking government in its entirety. I don't even know where that fucking person went, but pretty sure they would agree with that perspective. What the fuck is this? Yeah, promoting the imagery of far-right Ukrainians is fucking infuriating. What? The fuck is this? Why would you... Did you just copy paste a local file? What the fuck? Anyway, I think Putin sees as a move, also hurting Biden's political standing domestically to get Trump reelected or sow dissent. No, dude. Anyway. Okay, listen. Oh, stop! That's bullshit. This is more like it. This is real.
3 months, Bruce.
That one's fake, dude. That one's... I'm trying to delete this from the internet. I just... If I can figure out how to delete that photo from the internet... Left is posting Trump, Putin, BFF Facebook memes. Yeah, I know. Well, they're fucking liberal boomers. Because, and I thought this was like overblown when Carl Biger, whatever, like all these fucking lefties were talking about how like Russiagate has created Russophobia. I thought that was a meme. Like I literally thought that, you know, no, this is actually limited. It's like fucking weirdos that are, it's limited to fucking weirdos basically. And that like real human beings with like actual fucking brains that understand their position as left is like they would never. And I was wrong. Like that is literally just fucking propaganda. Like people unironically think like Russian people are like genetically inferior and violent. The embassy, the American embassy in Kyiv was doing like, and this is like inside baseball Slav shit. So I mean, we're stepping into, you know, Slav business, okay? But, like, they were unironically fucking doing, like, Nazi memes, okay? Like, Ukrainian Nazi memes against Russia, saying that, like, you know, Russia is actually Russia doesn't have the same like robust culture of Ukraine, and they're inferior, like, you know, they're monkeys. Like straight up they were fucking doing Slav posting similar to Balkan posting, which is very weird that the American embassy is doing that. So I don't know what the fuck was going on, especially considering that like you're not even in Kyiv anymore, you dumb bitches. Like you literally left Kyiv. The American Embassy of Kyiv account is like posting memes about how, wait, where is it? Does anyone know? Did anyone catch that one? I'm trying to find it right now and I can't find it.
Malarkey, hooray for World War III hassle.
Oh, here it is. The U.S. Embassy Kyiv, right? Like, this is what they were fucking posting. Like, that's crazy. That's like fucked up, dude. What the fuck?
20 months, let's go.
They were doing like literally the fucking Nazi memes like, oh, the Russians are barbaric, like they're apes. They're chimps, like they're less superior to, you know, the longer Ukrainian like the longer history of Kyiv. Look at all the churches we have. Swedes say the same thing about Norwegian and Danish people. Anyway. But yeah, it's very strange. Ethno-nationalism, when you debunk lies about your own history, damn straight. Should Russia give back its land to Mongolia because Moscow and Russia were once the Mongol Empire? No, then sit down and shut up with the Russia once owned Ukraine nonsense. Okay, they should though. Like, actually. Yes, it's time for the fucking... You know what? Okay. Okay, here, let's talk about it. Guys, it's time. I'm sick and tired of it. It's time to give back Russia to
let me give him a little kiss,
Mongolia.
PLS is so cute.
There has never been a group of people, a group of nomadic people that have had such profound impact on the entire world. Changing the topography of entire regions, redirecting and creating dams and redirecting rivers over entire cities, taking over territory and pushing back the barbarian Angloid hordes to where they belong. It's time to restore the honor of Mongolia. Give back Russia to Mongolia. Okay, that's it. Yeah, make Mongolia great again. Okay,
Boomer.
Is this song from Don the 2? Yeah, exactly. Why are you laughing? No, I wasn't talking about beavers redirecting rivers and dams, dude. No, I was talking about fucking Genghis Khan who did that shit. He was like, bro, if you don't let me take over your city, I will literally fucking come in and I will destroy you. And then they did that. They killed everyone and then they wiped a city off the map by redirecting a fucking river on top of it. Okay, they broke a dam and redirected a river over the city so they could just like permanently wipe it off the map. Anyway, they realized there were many well-developed cities alongside Kyiv, and the Rus only chose Kyiv as the capital because of its geographic positioning, the Dnieper River.
Almost 1 year, sheesh.
Anyway. So, Genghis Khan apologist? Genghis Khan apologist, yep.
Demon Souls? Yeah, I beat Demon Souls. I remember, dude, I beat Demon Souls before like anybody else did. Like I remember, this sounds really bad, but like it was the biggest ego boost for me to go back like a week after Demon Souls was out and Hasan was still running around in fire tunnels.
Wait, why was he flexing as an ego boost? Oh, of course, I'm a worse player than Asmongold. And also I do more news. Listen, I don't do gaming for 12 hours.
I watched Hasan's Demon Souls streams every night. And I will do the exact same thing with Elden Ring. Yeah, I actually talked to Hasan a little bit about the games because like he loves them too. And like, yeah, like I'm so fucking excited for this game. I feel like almost everybody is, man. Yeah, almost everybody is fucking excited about it. So let's go over,
I am really excited about it.
17 months, let's go.
Give him a break. He's been busy pulling the slot machines on Lost Ark. Yeah, I mean, it's an ego boost for me that Asmongold is comparing, you know, my gameplay with his gameplay.
Guys, I'll step in and handle this.
Y'all remember when we thought we were going to chef out every night, but it was Pokemon for 47 hours straight? Wait, what? I am the average gamer, okay? I am the average gamer. I'm like a little bit better than above average on some games, and I'm really bad in other. Oh God, not this again. I'm really bad on others. It's just like I'm just like a regular gamer. I'm a regular gamer. I'm a regular gamer. I'm not like, I think a lot of people, one, think that they're really fucking good when they're not. And two, they compare themselves, they compare people that they see on stream, like someone like myself, to motherfucking Shroud. You know what I mean? Matt Taibbi having to defend himself too. I have a long record of being critical of Putin. This troll fantasy that I'm pro-Putin comes from reporting correctly that Russiagate was fake and opposing U.S. intervention in Ukraine. That doesn't make me pro-Putin any more than opposing the Iraq war made me a Saddam lover. Yeah, this thing is like really fucking annoying where people are just like, where people just basically refuse to recognize that the Mongolian horde needs to take back the entirety of Russia and all the subsequent territories and push back the barbarians, this time not into wherever they may be, like not into like France or Germany. I'm talking like literally push them into the sea, okay? Finish what you started! Finish what you started! Do it for the Horde! You are the reason why they built a wall! The greatest of walls! Remember! Remember your history! Fight back against the top of the hour ad break! By subscribing with a $5 a month subscription. Or if you don't have $5, with a Twitch Prime subscription, which is free. By getting money from Jeff Bezos and giving it to me. Do it! If you're lucky, maybe you'll get gifted a sub, and that's another way to avoid the ad breaks. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Okay. I can't wait for people to be like, Hasan is a like pan-Turanist who claims the Mongolian Mongolians were Turkic or Turkish. He's a pan-Turanist and believes that, you know, Turkey needs to fucking
2 months. Hard.
Turkey needs to fucking invade immediately. All this stuff. Okay. Are you pro sacking of Baghdad, Puggo? They had it coming. No. Okay. Hey, I was born dead. 114. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Vincent Spike X1. Thank you for the 5. TK Baby. Thank you for the 5. Stevie the 3rd. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. My country was not named after a bird. Okay, so the United States is issuing sanctions against Vladimir Putin. I was born dead. 114. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Vladimir Putin, and these are targeted sanctions. We'll take a look at it. We'll get started with the sanctions real quick. It's Pack Watch. It's Sanction Watch. It's War
Russian
Watch.
President Vladimir Putin addressed the Russian people.
Let's get started.
Recognizing the independence of the 2 breakaway regions in Ukraine, Putin also ordered Russian troops into those regions, and he called Ukraine's government a puppet regime. All this could be a prelude to a full-scale invasion.
So overnight, the United Nations held an emergency meeting, and a White House official says the administration will impose significant sanctions on Russia today. And just moments ago, Germany announced it will halt a key natural gas pipeline that connects Russia to Europe. We are covering all the angles of this crisis from Moscow to the White House. And we start with Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz. They're on the ground in Lviv, where Ukrainians are bracing for what could be a major invasion. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Robin. U.S. officials believe an invasion could happen any day, any time, any minute, and that it will be a full-scale invasion. This morning, Vladimir Putin edging ever closer to a potential full-blown invasion of Ukraine, ordering Russian forces into 2 regions in the eastern part of the country already controlled by Russian-supporting rebels. Putin now directing his forces to carry out a so-called peacekeeping mission after the stunning declaration that he is formally recognizing both regions as independent from Ukraine and denouncing Ukraine as a puppet of the West in a fiery speech to the Russian people, saying Ukraine has never had its own authentic statehood. There has never been a sustainable statehood in Ukraine. Immediately after the speech, what appeared to be a pre-planned display of fireworks in one of those regions arranged by the Kremlin. But the move immediately met with a chorus of condemnation. The White House issuing initial sanctions, promising to announce more significant ones today. And the UN Security Council convening overnight for an emergency meeting. Allied countries blasting Putin's actions as a violation of international law.
We must meet the moment, and we must not look.
God damn it. Okay, listen. Here's what's going on. Okay, I'm so sorry for constantly running away. So I told you guys a story about my gate blowing up, basically. Not blowing up, but just like fucking breaking. And I haven't had a gate. Like, I haven't had a front gate for the past the week. Okay, because I gave the motherboard basically that controls the gate to the company that makes the gate, and basically they only recently came today, so it's like a big deal, and I'm trying to fucking make sure that you know, it's working. And it doesn't matter. It's not like a security compromise at all, because it's just not. Why would you say that live? Because it's not a gate. It's a fucking wall. Okay, that's the problem. That, like, I obviously didn't leave it open. It's just it turns into a wall when it's not a gate.
It's been over a year and the Mac has yet to attack.
Yeah, it's like when an escalator doesn't work, it becomes stairs. When my gate doesn't work, it becomes wall. That's just how it is. Yikes, Trump can't build a wall, but you can. Typical leftist hypocrisy. Exactly. Hassan got so much money, he built his own wall. Exactly.
Thanks for all the content, brother.
So it's just like something nice and convenient, not an actual security thing. I mean, it could have been a security thing if the fucking gate doesn't work, but it's not because, again, like I said, it's a wall. Cash App, thank you for the 69 gifted subs. So, as I was saying, yes, kind of like the gates of Vienna. As I was saying, they are pushing for sanctions now. Most significant one being
that he is
the stopping of pipeline development that is important strategically for Russia, and also more importantly from our Western centric attitudes, important for Germany and the rest of Europe. So. What is this? Just left the barbershop and everyone's talking about Dennis Pashilin. Yo, your boy, bro. That's that heat we need for NATO. When you were getting talked about in the barbershop, you know it's real. Incredible. Fucking Felix with another banger, dude.
Recognizing both regions as independent from Ukraine and denouncing Ukraine as a puppet of the West in a fiery speech to the Russian people, saying Ukraine has never had its own authentic statehood. There has never been a sustainable statehood in Ukraine. Immediately after the speech, what appeared to be a pre-planned display of fireworks in one of those regions arranged by the Kremlin. But the move immediately met with a chorus of condemnation. The White House issuing initial sanctions, promising to announce more significant ones today. And the UN Security Council convening overnight for an emergency meeting. Allied countries blasting Putin's actions as a violation of international law.
We must meet the moment, and we must not look away. History tells us that looking the other way in the face of such hostility will be a far more costly path.
But with hopes for diplomacy dwindling, many fear this is just the beginning. A dark sign of what is to come. The two breakaway regions within Ukraine already embroiled in a long-running battle for control between
It's just weird that they're like normalizing. It's weird that I do feel like the American statecraft here kind of backfired when Vladimir Putin just straight up fucking invaded. because now they are normalizing in a weird way. Now they're fucking legitimizing the Donbass region fucking independence, I guess, technically, because if they don't, then you have to fucking actually take like legitimate and aggressive military action. Okay?
:3.
So now, what the fuck are you going to do? What the fuck are you going to do? They said, you know, Putin's going to go in. Putin's going to fucking wipe out. By the way, look at the difference between where Donbass, where the Donbass region is and where Kyiv is, okay? Do not let anybody fucking gaslight you on this. These motherfuckers have been saying he's going to go in and bomb Kyiv. He's going to go in and bomb Kyiv through Belarus. They're going to go in and bomb Kyiv. Non-fucking stop. They said that they were going to do that. You know, they said that they were going to do that fucking last week. They were going to do that for 4 months. Okay? Now he's just like, no, fuck that. I'm going into the Russian-controlled rebel area, and most likely what I fear is that they will take over the Ukrainian-controlled side as well and take a chunk of the territory where approximately 7% of Ukrainians live, okay? And now he's just like, no, we're just going in here. We're going to take over the fucking Russian-controlled territories. We're going to abide by the wishes of the leadership in the Russian-controlled parts of eastern Ukraine. And we're going to see it as an independent nation, see it as an independent region, and we're going to do a peacekeeping mission, okay? No one said that for 4 months. No, but people have been talking about this for people have been talking about this for like almost around 4 months, I would say. I mean, there's like videos of me fucking back in December, and that was after it had started heating up. Whenever the fucking the troop activity started. Bro, you already apologized. Please don't backtrack and take another L. Dude, the American government is taking an L. The people of Ukraine are taking an L. Me taking an L with respect to like me saying I got some parts of my analysis wrong, and I did not think that they would fucking actually move troops into these positions within Ukrainian borders is something that I will admit. You will never admit that you were wrong on numerous things, and you will literally just fucking wait. The chatter is correct. It hasn't been 4 months. It's been literally years. The propaganda just didn't work until a couple months ago. I mean, yeah, they've been doing it for years. That is true. Okay?
Hi.
By the way, I wasn't the only one who thought this would be unlikely. Ukrainians thought that this was unlikely. So, you know, me taking an L or a W, if that's like at the heart of your political analysis, if that's the heart of your understanding of like complex fucking foreign policy, politics between Russia and Ukraine, then you're not a serious person. You don't give a shit about anything. And, you know, you're a fucking idiot. But yeah, I mean, here, 3 months ago, just 3 months ago, Zelensky accused Russian agents of plotting a coup in cahoots with Ukrainian oligarch Rinat Akhmetov, sponsor of the hawkish Atlantic Council, which has been guiding Team Biden's hawkish policy on Ukraine. So, you know, they have been pumping this for 3 to 4 months. I guess 3 months, not 4. Wait, now actually, I mean, yeah, we're in February. The intelligence was not correct. I don't know why you keep saying it's correct. All right, let's continue.
Moscow and Kyiv.
Hold on, I got to do something real quick.
A launching pad for the Russian military to invade deeper into the country.
The amount of combat power that we expect Russia to bring in there, we're talking about significant destruction, significant loss of life, increased number of refugees on both sides.
Now virtually surrounded by more than 150,000 Russian troops, Ukraine's president urged to flee Kyiv. The U.S. Embassy skeleton staff already moved from the capital Kyiv to here in Lviv. Late last night, moved over the border to Poland for security reasons as a possible invasion looms. The embassy staff has now returned here to Lviv, but it may not be for long. given the threat. George?
Okay, Martha, thanks. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching. Foreign correspondent James Longman is in Moscow. And James, the Russian parliament is voting right now to ratify Putin's recognition of the breakaway regions in Ukraine.
Yeah, that's right, George. Vladimir Putin's order has now become law. The parliament here has now ratified his decision, as you say, to recognize the independence of those two breakaway regions of eastern Ukraine. Lawmakers assessed the president's order. I think it's fair to say in Putin's Russia that is something of a formality. They're called friendship treaties with the breakaway republics, and they were submitted to Russia's lower house of parliament after Putin's speech last night. Importantly, they include a mutual defense pact, which allows Russia to build military bases on their territory, and they're also now able to send troops openly into these areas. They're using the word, though, peacekeepers to describe them. Russia has already had forces there for years, of course, but they've never admitted to it before. Now they can overtly occupy large parts of Ukraine's eastern territory. And this is how things get incredibly serious. Russia could now push past the areas already in separatist control, unleashing the full-scale invasion that everybody's so worried about. George.
James Longman, thanks.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks for checking out our YouTube.
Ukraine's President Zelensky has been urged to flee for safety by the U.S., but he's staying in the capital right now. Our senior foreign correspondent Ian Pannell is there in Kyiv. And Ian, Zelensky spoke just moments ago, encouraging his people to remain calm.
Put on the Ritz.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, George. Keep calm and carry on is pretty much his message. Zelensky's saying, though, that he still doesn't believe that Russia's planning a large-scale invasion of Ukraine, as clearly the Biden administration is absolutely convinced he's planning. In an address to the nation overnight, he's accusing...
By the way, this is literally, like, this is exactly what's been going on. This is exactly what the fuck's been going on. This is literally what the Biden administration has done for the past 4 months, with Zelensky saying this over and over again. Okay, but now that the American government's position has shifted from, oh, they're going to fucking bomb the shit out of the country, they're going to fucking kill all the babies, they're going to kill all the babies, they've turned around and are actually covering what Zelensky is saying, rather than just being like, fuck off, we're not going to even cover that, we're just going to keep saying like they're going to bomb the shit out of the entire country. Okay?
Boy.
Do not let a single fucking person try to gaslight you. If you've been in this community, if you've been watching me, do not let a single person try to gaslight you into fucking saying that, like, because I said I'm wrong about, like, Russia invading any fucking Ukrainian territory, that, like, the media was not entirely incorrect on all the high-level intelligence that they had. Okay? Maybe they'll do it, though. I don't know, okay? I think it's insane if they do that. Okay? I think it's insane if they do that. But... who knows? I'm operating off of, once again, all of the different avenues of information that's readily available. You can say, take the L, bro, all you want. Shut the fuck up, okay? I admit when I'm wrong. The American media does not.
Russia violating the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Now, he hasn't even touched on that request from the Biden administration that he leave the capital for his own safety, and I don't think there's anything to suggest that he's going to do so. His message is strong and defiant. We want peace, but we have a right to self-defense. Now, he's calling for tough sanctions from the US and others, and is likely to welcome, I think, this announcement by Germany this morning. But in a rousing end to his address to the nation, he said this: we are on our land and we owe nothing to anyone. Glory to Ukraine. And I think this is a president and a country that's now hoping for the best, but is starting to brace for the worst.
Well, hey there, GMA fans.
Senator Marco Rubio discusses Vladimir Putin's recent moves. I always love to go.
14 months later, I'm still here.
I always love to hear from Marco fucking Rubio on foreign policy. Let's hear what he has to say about this.
Welcome back to CBS Mornings here at 8:30. We have an unusual segment for this time of the morning because unusual things are going on in Eastern Europe. Ukraine appears to be on the brink of a full-scale war after Russian President Vladimir Putin announced yesterday he has sent troops into breakaway areas of the country. Possible Russian military vehicles have been spotted in those territories, and President Biden is expected to announce more sanctions against Russia today. For more on all of it, I want to bring in Senator Marco Rubio. He is a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and vice chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Senator Rubio, good morning to you. We're being a little bit careful in our language because we're not sure what is going on there on those on the border of Ukraine and Russia. But you have said the invasion has begun and the worst has yet to come. So walk us through your vision of what Putin wants here. And I gather it goes beyond just recognizing these two so-called breakaway regions.
Yeah, these so-called breakaway regions and the people who run them, they don't just claim the areas that they currently possess. They claim areas that are currently under the power of Kyiv. And so what's going to happen here is Russia is going to send in their troops to the areas that those two separatist regions control. But they're going to move in on those areas that Kyiv currently controls because they claim those too. And when Kyiv fights back, then they're going to say that that violates, that's going to trigger the mutual defense agreement that Putin signed yesterday with this fake new country. And he's going to move in on those areas as well. You want my personal view, and it's been this way for over a month and a half. I think he takes basically the entire east of the country, and that includes, I think he takes Kyiv, the capital, or he'll try anyways. I think Ukrainians are going to fight back.
Bullshit. Anyway,
TF.
Okay, we're by the way, we're good. We're good. I'm done. I'm done with the fucking gate saga. Please explain exactly why Russia is recognizing the independence of LPR and DPR is wrong, considering Ukraine refused to implement Minsk II and organize elections on their autonomy. What was the better course of action in your view? The better course of action in my view was to deal with this without actually fucking invading. That's it.
Has comrade has raid. Thank you for your work. Good to know American Peggy's leftists are saying all the right things.
Okay. DEFCON update. United States has sent more troops to Ukraine area, but will not send troops to Ukraine. I mean,
I thought I clicked this already.
But this is going to have an impact on Americans, even though it seems to be really far away.
Why is Russia doing this? I feel like I'm missing something. Because they want territory. Like, this is the other part of it. This is the other part of it that, like, I have talked about before. But I mean, people keep fucking refusing to recognize. So, two reasons, okay? There's two different reasons. One,
we can make it to
it's easy. It's like easy money. Not easy money, but it's easy buckets. Like, look at me. I fucking took over. I'm restoring the fucking glory of the Russian Empire, okay? We're like restoring back to a time when we were fucking great. Like, remember how great that was, okay? It's nationalistic mythos that you play into. So that's one. Two, or the USSR, basically. Two, it's free real estate. Some of those territories have like industry in them. And three, it's to secure as much positioning as possible against a potential like another fucking area, another entry point for land invasion into Russia. It's to put a fucking buffer zone in between, or it's to put as much territory between a potential entry point into your country and Moscow, okay? So that's part of the reason why they're doing it. No, all of that is wrong. Why is it? Because if you ask the Russian government, they'll say there are Russian people living there and Ukrainians want to do genocide on those Russian people. They want to fucking kill them. They want to change their language. They don't want them to live their lives and livelihoods in the way that they want to. And the Russian people that are living there are terrified of the Ukrainian nationalism. And that's precisely why they want to be a part of the Russian government. And they have been begging for the past 4 years to... they're begging for the past 8 years to just fucking be a part of the Russian government. Okay. So that's it, right? Is that what you're going to say? Because if you're if you are a like unironic supporter of Vladimir Putin and Russia, then that's what you believe. There is some truth to that. Okay, there are Russians there. They do want to be a part. Some of them do want to be a part of fucking Russia.
13 months.
Okay.
Slog.
But ultimately, the main reasons are because the main reasons are the three things that I just mentioned: strategic positioning, manufacturing, and free real estate, basically, and also flexing power regularly on Ukraine that has routinely aligned themselves with. Routinely align themselves with Western powers, which Russia sees as a threat, understandably so. Okay?
Blob dads.
That is this is realpolitik, okay? This is not like me giving you, this is not me giving you like a fucking pro-Russia take. This is not me giving you a fucking anti-Russia take. I'm just describing to you with the understanding that a foreign country is an independent foreign nation with its millions of citizens living in it with their own personal interests, okay? The easy thing to do here is to fucking tell you that, you know, Russia is the villain. All the Russians are villains. They're a monolith. They're monolithic, and they all fucking absolutely hate America, and they hate Ukraine, and they're just bloodthirsty and yada yada yada. That's where you're going to get everywhere else. So if you are offering pushback to what I'm telling you, it's because you're getting frustrated because you don't want to hear anything that goes beyond like descriptive sentiment about or not descriptive, sorry, that goes beyond like saying Russia bad, Russia bad, Russia bad. You know, Putin, yeah, Putin is a Virgo, Putin's a Gemini, that's why he's doing this. Okay? Stop pretending to fight against Western media propaganda. It's useless. You either can't change anything or you can change something and then the feds may do something to you if that's the case. You are a danger to American military complex interests. It's a lose-lose. It's a fucking stupid take, okay? That like, okay, that's my entire perspective. I guess I should just give up on doing commentary because I can't change anything. My entire point is my purpose is to try to educate people into understanding that like countries are not monolithic. They're not villains. They're not good guys and bad fucking guys. Okay? Isn't the point of most media coverage denouncing Putin as a dictator and thus having unpopular support? First of all, that's not even true. Like, yes, Vladimir Putin is a dictator. He is authoritarian as fuck. Except, if you think that he doesn't have popular support, I don't know what to tell you. He is exactly like Erdogan, where like, well, Erdogan's power is waning now, but Erdogan, for the longest fucking time, was able to capture 51% of the vote through a coalition that he built, okay? Originally just on his own, in his own party, and then through a coalition that he built with the ultranationalist MHP. Like, people literally fucking refuse to comprehend that, like, Vladimir Putin is an incredibly popular figure, okay? Like, of course, he's very controversial, and there's still plenty of fucking people who despise him and hate him, obviously, but ultimately, he's exactly like Erdogan. And I say this as someone who fucking despises Erdogan, okay? Anyway. And both Vladimir Putin and Erdogan's power has shifted. Erdogan jails his political opposition as well. So does Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin even engages in, he will even kill his opposition. They also fucking put fucking journalists in jail regularly. They're very similar. So I get it. Like, I get where, I understand.
Putin is sad.
How? I have no idea, considering he robbed the coffers of his people. Dog. Like, as far as the eligibility of the voter eligible population goes, we still vote Republican and we vote Democrat, and there's no other option. So maybe if you want to understand it from like a Western capitalist American perspective, we are constantly stuck between Democrats and Republicans. Do you think either side represents our interests? No. Okay. And it's the exact same shit for the fucking Russians on an entirely different fucking spectrum, because there's no opposition, because they're all jailed or in prison or fucking dead. Okay? You're never going to fully understand any of this. You'll feel comfortable getting your point of view revealed, or getting your point of view reinforced by mainstream media, but you're never going to fucking understand, or try to even begin to understand, what goes on in the world outside of these fucking borders if you have this weird American media based, like, good people, bad people, evil villains narrative. Okay?
This will be disastrous for MasterChef Ukraine.
And if you were to even analyze this from like good people, bad people, or rather bad people and worse people, America is still worse. It's just the truth. Anyway.
18-month sub, double the brain, Metal Gearizing when Pogo, free will is a myth, religion is a joke. We're all pawns controlled.
What does your uncle think about the Ukraine situation, man? I don't fucking know.
I
don't give a shit what anyone thinks about the Ukrainian situation. But let's get back to fucking Marcus Rubius, okay? Let's hear what he has to say about Russia.
So what can America and the international community do? We expect sanctions.
Russia also wants to seize Ukrainian Black Sea oil and natural gas rights, since they have been working with Exxon to develop there. Russia, RU, doesn't want Ukraine developing an energy sector to undercut Nord Stream prospects, nor does it want it furthering its trade relationships with NATO countries. Russia prefers Ukraine to be a poor country, and oil and gas development provides nation wealth. No, I think more so, I mean, there's I don't know the exact details of this, but what I will say is Russia does want Ukraine to, at the very least, be a Russian subject. That's what they want. They want Ukraine to be a fucking buffer zone. At the worst case, they want Ukraine to be a neutralized territory, similar to like Finland. You know what I mean? Even if they're going to trade with Europe, except the current Ukrainian economy is so fucking weak that they can't be like Finland. They can't be their own fucking nation state that the Europeans will be able to. The other European countries would be able to trade ethically with. They'll just utilize Ukraine's weak economy as a way to own them and do whatever the fuck they want. You know, IMF loans and things like that. Okay?
That is bad.
U.S. foreign policy sucks and has a larger footprint, but Putin is willing to literally flatten entire civilian towns. Refer to Chechnya. I mean, America is. Wait, what? America has done that too. What the fuck are you talking about? America bombs hospitals. You like? Yeah, no. You're talking about two superpowers on the planet. One that is just bigger and more powerful than the other. So of course, like, this is the North Korea argument all over again. Obviously, Russia is not North Korea. Way more successful, has nukes, has a longer history, way more complex geopolitical power and interest, and a way to fucking demonstrate those interests and desires. But it's always, whenever people say like North Korea is the worst country on the planet, it's like, dude, they don't do shit. They can't do shit. They have nothing. Okay? You really would define Russia as a superpower? I mean, not as a superpower, but like a sovereign. Russia is like Turkey, is like, what else? Like, I mean, kind of like Saudi Arabia. Like, they are a regional fucking power, okay? They're a regional power. They have regional sovereignty. They are a regional power, and they have their own fucking...
Both worth attacking, lol.
They have their own interests. They are a regional power. That's true. But America is the superpower. It's the hegemonic global superpower. And that's why they want to play fucking world police. They're like, oh, a regional power is demonstrating its own fucking strength and interest in its own region. Well, guess what? Not on my watch. Only we get to do that. Okay? Anyway.
Has comrade.
So, I mean, but like, if we're talking about Russia's power, I mean, it's nothing in comparison to fucking like China and China's growth in the global sector. Okay. I read Gray Zone yesterday. I'm starting to actually believe Russia is anti-imperialist against the American pig dogs. Dude, Russia's anti-imperialism is just anti-America. Don't be fucking ridiculous, okay? Like, you're crazy. It's literally strategic posturing. Get the fuck out of here. There might have been a time when, like, the USSR, unironically, whether it was because for their benefit or because they wanted to, you know, extend the global war against capitalism, were legitimately offering support to democratic socialist factions all around the world. But if you think that like an oligopoly that was handed over to the worst kleptocrats by Western banks that basically sacked an entire fucking country in the dissolvement and destruction of the USSR, and the guys that are literally fucking the guys that allowed that to happen and made incredible amounts of fucking wealth as a consequence of that. If you think that those guys are legitimately and morally anti-imperialist, you're wrong. That's not true. This is not true.
Rock.
Okay? Russia is a sovereign power in that region, okay? And it's trying to fucking gain more territory. It's trying to posture strategically. It's trying to beef up its security and its borders. It's nearly identical to what Turkey did in the northern Syrian corridor. Straight up. Like, literally exactly the same. Except Turkey is not taking that northern Syrian corridor and annexing it. It's just fucking deploying its troops, and then with the potential hopes of with the potential idea of like bringing all of the Syrian refugees back into the northern Syrian corridor and repopulating that fucking area. But Turkey's involvement in the northern Syrian corridor is specifically, in the eyes of the Turkish government, specifically a defensive action. Okay? Reminder of the corrupt system of total meddling, aka democracy promotion, that U.S. has been employing against former Soviet Union, put Putin in power, and gave him near dictatorial powers. I mean, that's the thing. Like, the motherfuckers that are literally running Russia are running it because of Western superpowers sacking the country and then offering it to the fucking select oligarchs. We created a virtual open shop for thievery at the national level. By the way, Yasha Levine is great. We created a virtual open shop for thievery at the national level and for capital flight and the raping of natural resources and industries on a scale which I doubt has ever taken place in human history. U.S. Embassy official in Moscow during the 1990s. People don't remember that through the 90s, America meddled in Russia's politics in just about every way. It helped fix elections, flooded the country with untraceable money, secured international aid to help our guys stay in power, whitewashed horrible human rights abuses. The fact is that almost no one really knows this history, and it ain't pretty. It shows America as it is, not as it sees itself. The irony is, if you are like pro-Russia, and if you're on the side of Russia, okay? If you're on the side of Russia, you're literally doing the American exceptionalist propaganda, but for Russia. Because Russia, at least internally, has also that exact same kind of propaganda that they fucking spread nonstop. Okay? They're spreading that exact same kind of propaganda internally. Oh, our people, our Russian people are fucking under threat. They can't even have their language. They can't have their sovereignty. These people are crying for our help. These people in fucking the Donbass region are crying for our help. They need it. And they're going to do, and they've been doing that nonstop, and they're going to fucking, they're going to promote that. And this annexation is exactly that same shit. If there was a part of America that dissolved and went to Mexico or something, and Americans still live there, and then the Mexican government decided to like fucking, harm them, but not really, you know what I mean? America, I mean, it's just like such a laughable comparison. I can't even ever make a comparison to the United States of America because like, it's so far beyond comprehension. Like, it's like a laughable notion that like, I can't even build a fucking comparable situation with the United States of America because like, we are the global superpower. We are the hegemonic power. That's why I laugh whenever motherfuckers are like, dude, you're fucking crazy. What if America annexed Mexico? First of all, we have done that. Part of the reason why we didn't just take over Mexico is because there were too many fucking Mexicans and America was too racist to take over the entirety of Mexico. And also, what about our Southwest? That's literally Mexico, but ours, okay? And lastly, that's not the same because there aren't Americans living there, okay? There aren't Americans living in Mexico that we're going to overtake. It's the vice versa. What do you mean fucking Mexicans? You know what I mean, dumbass. I'm not personally saying that. I'm saying that was the exact take. They were like, we should take over Mexico, but there are too many Mexicans there. That's literally the reason why they fucking, they were too racist to take over the entirety of Mexico.
Talk about Mormons being a cult someday, Dad. Love you.
Anyway. Texas separated from Mexico, then America held and become independent. Sounds familiar. Cut your hair? Why the fuck would I cut my hair? My hair is great.
Still need the banner, huh?
So... Western economists pushed Russian leaders under Yeltsin to privatize Russian industries by selling off the country to oligarchs like Putin in the late 90s, literally destroyed any hopes of properly rebuilding the Russian economy. Absolutely.
You banned people for asking you to take the L. Nothing to do with being bloodthirsty. Weak take. Enjoy the $3 toe.
Where is this? Like, I can't even see that dono. It's like so far back, or I guess maybe it's not refreshing.
Let's talk anti-NGO inspired Nazi ferry mass shooting.
There are no bad countries with bad people. Hasan obviously hasn't met any Dutch people. Wait, how dare you, dude?
You're hot.
So, I won't be posting Ukraine military movement, and you shouldn't either. I love these people that think they're like fighting a war. Like, open source intelligence Twitter is so funny. Like, they get their dicks so hard for shit like this.
16 months pogo.
It's like, I won't be posting Ukrainian military movement, and you shouldn't either. I'll definitely be posting Russian military movements, however. Sick, dude. You're really fighting the fucking battlefront, dude. Yeah. Like, this dumbass thinks, you know, the TikTok videos that he fucking compiled
waiting for Russell Brand
is like outside of the scope of the fucking Russian intelligence. Like, oh no. How will Russia maneuver their military now that random on Twitter isn't giving them the intel? Yeah.
What a Russian sympathizer.
Dude, I love open source. I love open source intelligence Twitter, okay? They're fucking awesome. First of all, a lot of journalists actually fucking look towards these guys. For sure. Okay?
You talk about Sophie Scholl today?
What is this? Twitter search Hasan Hitler. Are you okay, man? Are you okay? Is your brain all right? Like, are you bored of the content? Like, why would you do that? Why just fucking fuck yourself, dude? Why? Why do you want to show me like psychopaths who keep saying I'm like defending Hitler or some shit? Like, goddamn, you're disgusting, dude. You're a disgusting little fucking petulant pest. Drama farmer worm. Oh god, I want to change the content to what I like. Anyway, here, Roman Abramovich, described as having a father-son relationship with Vladimir Putin, as amassed British property empire worth 200 million quid. Not a penny of that is being touched by Boris Johnson's announced sanctions. I wonder why. Football is more important than anything you could ever think of. Football, bruv. Football.
The problem with the propaganda you're spreading about the Ukrainian revolution is that it doesn't take into account the 60 seconds ad break at the top of the hour.
Bro, that's fucked up. That's actually fucked up. That's actually fucked up, dude. You can't take my joy away from me like this. I have one fucking joy. And it's announcing the top of the hour ad break. Okay? And now you've taken it from me. Do you feel happy? I bet you do. I bet you love that. I bet you fucking loved doing that, dude. Okay, well, it's top of the goddamn hour. We're continuing our fucking never-ending war. Oh, god damn it! We're continuing that. If you no longer want to see the ads, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5. You can do that for free with a Twitch Prime. You know, Twitch Prime is free. You can do that by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. If not, you make your own luck. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Time to become a tanky at HasanAbi.
Are the walls around your house like the top of the hour ad break? And the gate you're trying to fix is the $5 subscription? For the record, as far as like autonomy goes, I think like an independent referendum covered by third parties, covered by like international communities, spotted by the international community in the Donbass region is something that I think is especially if it is in writing and the wishes of the people there will be will be respected no matter where that goes, no matter what they do. I think that could be a reasonable compromise. But the promise is that Putin does not encroach on Ukrainian territory, and full neutralization agreement happens. Why do you think a referendum has value? Where did you hear about these wishes?
Home after he found out I'd been drafted.
I mean,
how do I tell him it's for the military?
I don't understand. What are you implying? Like, do you think I fucking have like a line of communication with the Kremlin or something, and that's what they're telling me? It's a very strange thing to be upset about, that you don't want like the fucking Russian people living there to make their own decision for themselves. Like Brexit did a fucking referendum. Brexit is Brexit, bruv. Do you honestly believe that any small country can have a legitimate democracy without having the CIA or the local superpower picking the winner? No. I don't.
Later today, sanctions were not effective in 2014 when it came to Russia taking...
That Infographics Show YouTube channel made a video about this like a week ago.
Stand ready on Ukraine's border with Russia. Thousands more reservists have been called up to active duty. Diplomatic talks with the US and NATO have broken down. Is Russia really about to invade Ukraine?
They're trying to back you into saying you heard them from Russian propaganda. It's so fucking annoying. I don't know how this is like Russian. I don't know what the fuck you're saying about Russian propaganda. Like how this is Russian propaganda. Like, motherfucker, I think Scotland should be free. I think Ireland should be free of a British Empire. Okay? No, the assumption that a country cannot represent multiple different ethnic peoples without a referendum is particularly pessimistic. Maybe it's because I'm fucking Turkish and I believe in a, Kurdish nation state as well, which would be entirely consistent with these values that I am also demonstrating here. And also with Ireland, and also with Scotland. So, and also even with Puerto Rico. So, I don't know what to tell you. It's just like, you don't care about it, and you don't want it, and you don't want fucking, you don't want it to happen because you're like, oh no, it's fucked up. I personally do believe that Russians and Ukrainians can live side by side without any sort of interference. I literally think there is no difference between a Russian person and a Ukrainian person. I'm sorry, people get mad at me when I say that. I don't think there's a difference between, there is more of a difference between Armenian people and Turkish people just by way of religion, okay? But even then, there is no fucking difference. There's no difference between a Turkish person and a Greek person. The only difference is, again, religion. Even then, there's no fucking difference. So, of course, I don't think there's a difference between Ukrainian people and Russian people. There is literally no fucking difference. They're the same people.
What a Russian agent you are. Hassel, I think the Brian Rot is getting to me. I love you, BWO Hass.
We're the same people as the fucking Kurds and Greeks and Armenians, okay? And we war for no fucking reason. And the Russians or Ukrainians are the same fucking people. Shut the fuck up.
Yay, 2 months with Hasan and Mufasa.
Turkey and Greece, a crazy comparison, Jesus. That's interesting that you say that because my family, half my family is literally from Salonik and Crete. That's an interesting fucking thing to say to a dude whose lineage extends to fucking Greece as well as other parts of Turkey. Interesting that you say that though, but you didn't fucking know that. You think language means nothing? Now, here's the, language is the big difference. Yes, that's true. Now, here's the interesting part. Because when you say language means something, then what you're basically stating is exactly what the Russian Kremlin propaganda is, which is that the Russians living under Ukrainian sovereignty want to maintain their autonomy, want to maintain their language, and Ukraine is not allowing them to do so.
7 months strong.
The greatest way to deal with like the supposed boundaries or different ethnic conflicts or ethnic strife is what Canada does. I'm sorry, Canada, maybe they fucked up a long time ago with the way that they treated Quebecois, but ultimately I think they do a pretty decent job at it. I know the Quebecers are going to get so fucking mad at me for saying this, but I just do think that it's like a decent way to deal with it. Okay?
Yeah.
Yes, Tabarnak, I know I am fucked up. I know I'm fucked up. I'm sorry. Anyway, let's see what
will happen if it does. In 2014, despite publicly denying it, Russia invaded and seized Crimea, formerly recognized as Ukrainian territory by the international community. Per Russia's narrative, the Crimean conflict was a domestically inspired revolutionary movement by ethnic Russians seeking to rejoin Russia. However, it very quickly became clear that this was a lie, as Russian special forces, who earned the moniker Little Green Men for their featureless uniforms, were confirmed to be working with Crimean rebels. Then deep dives into Russian social media produced.
Wait, they're saying that it was a fucking lie. This was a lie? Wait, what?
Narrative, the Crimean conflict was a domestically inspired revolutionary movement by ethnic Russians seeking to rejoin Russia. However, it very quickly became clear that this was a lie, as Russian special forces, who earned the moniker Little Green Men for their featureless uniforms, were confirmed to be working with Crimean rebels. Then deep
It's just crazy how much the
So
people
we go
living
into
in
war
Crimea
with HasanAbi.
have routinely kept up this lie that they want to be a part of Russia, though, like consistently, year over year, despite being under this horrific occupation of Russia. Also, equally as crazy when like 75% of their fucking navy was like, yeah, we're Russian Navy now. Like that's just like weird stuff that happens. That's a weird things that happen when you have a referendum, and even if you don't agree with the referendum, which is understandable, it was under annexation. It was under, like, you know, it was at gunpoint technically. The consistent polling shows time and time again that they were actually they're actually fond of that. Okay. It does not matter. It does not matter if the fucking the referendum in and of itself was done under circumstances that you could not fucking consider to be valid. Okay. Many NGOs have tested the results of the referendum since then and have found, before, leading up to the referendum and after the referendum, that the people of Crimea are happy with the decision.
Dives into Russian social media produced even more damning evidence of regular Russian soldiers operating inside of Ukrainian territory itself. Russia never formally admitted to utilizing both unconventional and conventional military forces in Crimea to fight off Ukrainian forces, and in the end, Crimea declared itself independent and was quickly absorbed by Russia. Since then, fighting against rebel forces has continued across disputed Ukrainian territory, and Russia has continued to support those rebel forces, albeit in a slightly less obvious way. Now the fear of a full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine seems more real than ever, as 100,000 Russian soldiers mass on the border with the breakaway former Soviet republic. But why would Russia risk angering the world with an invasion of a bordering nation? Could it really do it, and what would the world's response be if it did? Since the end of the Cold War, Russia has largely been in retreat from its former Soviet glory. It saw massive losses of territory and subsequent economic outflow from the independence of numerous former Soviet republics. As the nation struggled through tumultuous post-Soviet Union years, many of these newly independent nations took the opportunity to ensure their own survival and independence by drawing closer ties with the West. Russia made it very clear that it did not want NATO to expand further east than Germany, and yet, one by one, new Eastern European states joined NATO's ranks, pushing NATO forces closer and closer to Russian territory. Eventually, NATO would stand on Russia's northern border, with NATO forces within 500 miles of Moscow itself. For a nation with as difficult a history as Russia, this was the sum of all fears, and a strategic disaster. Rarely ever the invader, Russia itself has been repeatedly invaded throughout its history, and each time the human and economic toll was profound. Many of these invasions threatened the very independence of the nation itself, such as Germany's near defeat of the Red Army in World War II, and Napoleon's invasion during the Napoleonic Wars. These invasions are so threatening because Russia sits at the eastern edge of the European plain, a large swath.
Bro, don't give me BNO news, okay? I mean, Zelensky might have called up the reserves, but you can't be fucking sending that from breaking news organization BNO News, like that right-wing reactionary fucking weird Twitter account, okay? Find a different source.
Of relatively flat land that's very difficult to defend. With modern, fast-moving military formations, this strategic deficiency only increased. And after World War II, the Soviet Union became obsessed with pushing any potential future aggressor as far west as possible. This led the Soviet Union to extend its sphere of influence as far west as Germany, creating the infamous Soviet bloc as a buffer zone to any future invasion. With the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc, Russia's influence receded practically back to its own borders, and all the strategic gains of the last 50 years evaporated overnight. Today, more Eastern European nations have chosen to draw closer to the US and its European allies than to Russia, mostly due to Russia's authoritarian system of government and fears of becoming puppet states once more. As the new millennium dawned, Ukraine began to seek a path.
Wait, isn't BNO? Who am I talking? Maybe I'm thinking of another Twitter account. Isn't BNO like that weird fucking?
Vladimir Putin is good.
Pathway for membership in NATO, and Russia warned that this would be tantamount.
Is HasanAbi still saying that Putin won't ever invade? That was a shit take for the past 2 weeks. Dude, what is happening? Does someone like open up my stream and go, "Hey man, the HasanAbi broadcast is on," and then like send? Oh, I'm thinking of breaking 9/11. Yeah, that might be it. Yeah. I was thinking of breaking 911. So, I mean, this guy's been pretty good, Christopher Miller. Breaking, Ukrainian President Zelensky said he would sign a decree on the conscription of reserve troops due to the growing military threat from Russia. We'll see. We'll see if that's true or not, okay?
Zero streak.
So, as far as call my family members fucking troglodytes for believing Putin will invade. I trusted you. I mean, you know, sorry, GG's. Maybe you shouldn't call your family troglodytes. But also, Putin's invasion is entirely separate than Putin's current invasion of Ukraine, which he has invaded, is not the same as like bombing fucking Kyiv in the same way that everyone in the American State Department has been fucking claiming was happening. Okay? So why is there never, I urge everyone to think, why is there never ever any kind of consolation or any kind of capitulation, any kind of like acceptance of running with like exaggerated intel, goalpost shifting, Lamau? Yeah, goalposts have shifted. Goalposts shifted on the mainstream media side that fucking kept saying Kyiv is going to go in there. They're gonna go into Kyiv. They're gonna go into Kyiv. They're gonna go into Kyiv. I have not shifted my goalposts. I admitted that I was wrong in my assertion, in my assumption. What I could have done instead has been like, well, technically the media keeps saying that, you know, that Donbass region was invaded by Russia for the past 8 years. So technically this is not even an invasion. If I was a fucking propagandist, that's precisely what I would say. Some stupid Redditors posted clips of your takes on subreddits like public freakout. Yeah, I know. Why do they always sleep on the Swedish invasions of Russia when studying invasions of Russia? I don't know. To say Putin is only bad cannot be right. They were posting on the H3H3 subreddit too. I will never forget how you so arrogantly tried to I told you so the situation after being wrong. Dog, I don't understand how you cannot comprehend that, like, I am right about 75%, not 100%, and the media is still right about 25% and wrong about 75%. And they will never apologize. That's the difference.
Here we go again.
Okay? That's the main difference. And you motherfuckers are way more preoccupied with trying to be like, dude, you're not taking the L. You're not taking the L. Like, you're never going to hear someone at Washington Post or CBS News be like, this is not, we were wrong. We were wrong about this information. Oopsie. Sorry.
Love your coverage, Hasan.
So much so that, like, it's really fucking strange because it's really strange to have this conversation. Half of an L is still bad. Dog, my doggy. Dude, go keep fucking your dog, you fucking weirdo, dude. It doesn't matter. This is like, me taking a fucking L is not politics, okay? Oh my God, dude. You guys are so fucking stupid. Holy shit. Okay, we're done. Okay, here you go. And everybody that's like doing the L shit, okay? If your analysis of foreign politics revolves around your debate streamer taking an L and the other side debate streamer taking a W or whatever the fuck, you are an idiot, okay? You are an unserious person. It's just blood sports for you. You do not give a fuck about Ukrainians. And the reality is you probably will not give a fuck about Ukrainians ever again when fucking the rest of the world stops caring about Donbass, okay? And then that's just assumed to be, just like Ossetia or whatever, Russian territory, just like Crimea. That's just Russian territory now. Everyone will literally continue living their lives in the same exact way, okay? And that's precisely what's gonna fucking happen. And then you guys are gonna be like, oh my god, it's whatever. This is why Russia belongs to the Mongols. Like, the amount of people I saw getting so fucking giddy and so horny that, like, war is happening is alarming, dude. Is incredibly fucking alarming. It's just...
to a declaration of war between itself and NATO. Not willing to antagonize Russia, NATO postponed the Ukrainian question indefinitely, despite building cooperative ties with the nation. In 2014, Ukraine's worst fears were realized, and now its continued independence is in question by the 100,000-strong Russian forces massing on the border. If Russia invaded, though, how would Ukraine fare without Western aid? Ukraine has a population roughly a third of the size of Russia, and its military is ranked at the number 22 spot according to globalfirepower.com, which ranks world military powers according to the strength of their militaries, their economies, and demographics. Russia, despite slowly slipping out of it, still retains the number 2 spot as the world's second strongest military power, and it's over.
For the record, like, the people that are coming in here and being like, take the L dog, will never ever go back to their favorite streamer and be like, why have you been so fucking horny and regularly claiming that, like, Russia is going to fucking invade and, like, bomb Kyiv or whatever the fuck any day now, and doing, like, pack watch, war watch for the past fucking week with the salivating expectation that Russia is going to invade Ukraine and engage in a fucking bombing campaign? Why is it that they are... why is it that their favorite fucking streamer is regularly repeating State Department propaganda while they're supposed to be, like, you know, an anti-imperialist? They will never ask that question. They will never demonstrate that that person is wrong. They will never care because it's the exact same thing. The overwhelming support that you can get, the overwhelming support that you get for being on the side of good, on the side of, like, the good imperialism that America is engaging in, okay? That is never going to cause conflict for you. Not on the internet, not on mainstream media, never, okay? That is precisely, that's the point. Like, if you do that, if you capitulate, if you fucking repeat that shit, then, you know, it's great. You're going to be fine. There are plenty of people who want to hear that worldview reinforced. You will just keep saying, you know, America is actually spreading democracy.
Overmatch with Ukraine is significant. Russia's military numbers at 850,000 active personnel versus Ukraine's 200,000 strong military, a mismatch of 650,000 in Russia's favor. Due to the ever-growing threat of all-out war with Russia, both Ukraine and Russia have the same number of available reservists, 250,000, as Ukraine has dramatically increased readiness and training of reservist units. Since 2014, it's created dozens of additional reserve units, which can be quickly activated to combat Russian troops. In the air, Russia absolutely dwarfs Ukraine, with the second best air force in the world, numbering 4,173 strong. Ukraine, on the other hand, only has 318 aircraft available, with only 69 of those being fighter aircraft versus a fleet of 772 Russian fighters. Russia also enjoys a massive advantage in attack aircraft, with 739 dedicated attack platforms versus Ukraine's 29. With the world's second largest air mobility fleet, Russia can call upon 445 aircraft to rapidly move troops into combat areas or launch airborne invasions deep into Ukrainian territory. By comparison, Ukraine's tiny air mobility fleet of 32 would struggle to move significant personnel or supplies in theater. Russia's attack helicopter fleet also vastly outnumbers Ukraine's own.
I fucking hate videos like this, dude. It's just like all getting bricked up. It's a war porn. Okay, move on from the fucking troops. Yes, we know Russia's military is more powerful than Ukrainian military. Obviously, what the fuck?
Unexpected northern incursion. So even Ukraine parity much more in line, as Ukraine would be free to use most of its forces to combat the Russian invasion. With Belarus still being a strong Russian ally, though, a significant number of Ukrainian forces must be left in reserve in case of an unexpected northern incursion. So even Ukraine can't
The latest brain rotten take I've seen is that being anti-NATO is actually the real Western-centric take. Dude, I know. They've been saying that non-fucking stop. It's insane. They've been saying that to me like non-stop.
Its entire force to the fight. Russian reinforcements would also need to make a lengthy trip from training camps or other military districts to Ukraine, while Ukraine would be drawing up reservists just miles from the fighting. In a Russian invasion of Ukraine, Russia would not enjoy a vast number superiority that the raw data shows, even if, as Russia believes, portions of Ukrainian populations would join them in a bid to rejoin Russia. A dubious proposition indeed. In the air, even only utilizing 30 to 40% of its air forces, Russia would still dominate the skies. Ukraine operates largely Cold War-era aircraft, which are being kept operational by a domestic arms industry, while Russia's inventory is largely modern, though not entirely so. Russia's overmatch in the skies would allow it to establish complete air superiority, and its extensive ground-based air defense batteries would allow it to threaten over half of Ukraine from the ground without even moving air defense units inside Ukraine's borders. Thus, Ukraine would likely opt to simply move its aircraft west and not even bother dedicating them to fight, opting instead for ground-based air defense. On the ground, Russia's tank forces vastly outnumber Ukraine's, but at least some of Ukraine's tanks are actually more capable than Russia's. In the second half of the 2010s, as war with Russia seemed ever more likely, Ukraine began a program.
Okay, this sucks. The video sucks so bad, dude. Okay. Can you shut the fuck up about foreign policies? You're worse at it than AOC. I've never actually like envisioned a future where some fucking dildo could just like come in here. Some random dildo is like giving me fucking $10, right? Could come in here and be like, dude, stop doing what you're doing. Like, dude, there are 39,826 people in here, and like this guy thinks his point of view is more important than the 39,825 other people that are here. It's crazy. It's just like, it's crazy. And of course, that's part of the reason why you love coming here. Part of the reason why you love being in here, right? Because I do actually have conversations with every single person. Anyway, but 40,000, sorry. To be fair, I believe that if you did a poll, majority of people would vote for you to move on and not do another 9-hour day of this shit. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do another 9-hour day of this shit.
Crimea, what hope is there for them today?
I do want to hear Marco Rubio, though. I do want to hear famous thinker Marco Rubio. Like a lot, by the way, for the record, a lot of the reason why people come here is because of my foreign policy takes, because it's different than like 99.9% of media.
What's up, bud?
Well, I don't believe the sanctions are going to stop them from doing what their plan is, but I do think there has to be. If you don't pay a price for doing this, he's going to do more of it. If you listen to that speech yesterday, the argument he used for why invading Ukraine, the old Soviet rules, you could make that argument about any of the Baltic states who are now all members of NATO. And many of those Baltic states were actually part of the old Russian Empire, even longer than Ukraine. You could use the same argument to take those. So he's not going to stop with Ukraine if he's allowed. He must pay a big price for it.
Yeah, he's going to take Finland, dude. Watch out.
I also think we've got to return, for example, to our own domestic energy production as a matter of national security emergency now, because Russia and this disruption that this is going to create is going to increase oil prices, and we're going to feel it at the pump here in America. And that, by the way, will increase the prices on everything, because everything that we buy and sell is transported by something that's burning gas and diesel.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on that, Senator, because you just said it will have an effect on America, even though it's very far away. Can you elaborate exactly what you mean? Because I think when we're sitting here in this country, our main concern is COVID. Our main concern are empty shelves and escalation.
Boys, Finland is Russian territory. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a stack. Let's keep it 100. Okay? I'm sick and tired of saying that it's not. Okay? It's coming.
Prices. Can you really break it down why this is important and why we should be paying attention and care about this?
Sure. I'll focus on four things. The first, as I said, is the price of oil.
Hungry Henry. Don't say that. We'll die defending. I'm obviously kidding, by the way. Okay?
For the glory of the Mongol Empire.
I'm joking. Please don't take that serious. I mean, I don't think the Finnish people will take that seriously.
oil, the price of oil, the barrel goes up to $110, $115. We're going to feel that at the pump. Okay. The second thing is, these are things people don't think about. Ukraine is one of the world's largest agricultural producers, the fourth largest, I believe, in wheat, fifth largest in corn. That's going to raise global food prices, which eventually impact us. Because, you know, when somebody gets cut off of that, now they become our competitors in the global market for food costs. The third is something a lot of people don't think about, neon gas. Ukraine is the world's leading producer of neon gas, which is critical to the production of semiconductors. 90% of the neon gas used to make semiconductors in America, something there's a shortage of already, comes from Ukraine. If that's disrupted or cut off, we're going to really struggle. I remember back in 2014, when that invasion happened, it really increased the prices of semiconductors. You can see now where that's playing out in our economy, and even by the way, our space industry. This could potentially, the Russia piece of it being cut off from Russian pieces. We still depend on Russia for key components of many of our commercial launches. You could begin to see launches this year scrapped, things that are critical to both national security and also to our commercial viability.
Senator, you believe that a full-scale invasion, war, is inevitable. You also tweeted yesterday, weakness always invites aggression. So what should the Biden administration do if you do believe that a full-scale invasion is happening?
Well, they should have treated yesterday as a full-scale invasion. I hope that's what they'll do today. Last night, they seemed to indicate that them moving into areas controlled by separatists is just based as public acknowledgement of what already was true. And
I love when Americans talk about. I love when Americans fucking talk about, like, you know, what's going on in fucking Ukraine, right? And they immediately reveal that the safety and security of Ukrainian people are not even remotely a part of the discussion. It's only a part of the discussion when we're having a conversation about, like, why we need to deploy troops. Okay. Oh, we care about the Ukrainian women and the Ukrainian LGBT. We got to fucking defend them. That's why we got to go there. We got to go to Ukraine and, you know, but right now, Marcus Rubius refused, like, not even mentioning it. It's like not even an afterthought. Okay. It's just about what will happen to our fucking oil prices. Okay. What is our strategic interest here? Why we need to fucking, you know, like, why this is a major threat. It's just about fucking oil prices and you know, Nord Stream 2, whatever, like, and making sure that Russia does not have more of a stranglehold on EU energy.
So I didn't think that was an appropriate response. But I think beyond that, if you look at one of the things that gave Putin the belief that now was the time to act, it's the price of energy around the world, global oil prices. And the decision in the United States to make it harder to do oil and natural gas exploration has contributed to those higher prices, which in turn has empowered him. In an ironic way, that even though this crisis is going to create higher oil prices, that benefits Putin. And it's his leverage. We will see. He believes that the Europeans, who depend on him heavily for their energy sources, oil and natural gas, will not be able to sustain sanctions against him for long because of energy prices. And so it was a big mistake to sort of make it harder to do exploration. We became energy independent in 2018. We need to go back to that.
Senator, you know, it's not lost on me that the last Republican president believed, and it was a popular belief, that America cannot be the world's policeman. You've never taken that position yourself, but at this juncture in time, I am curious to know, should Americans be prepared for contact between the Russians and the U.S. military? Is it going to come to that?
Well, it shouldn't, because a war between the U.S. and Russia is not going to be good for anybody. These are the world's two largest nuclear powers. And that's one of the things, even as we are firm in our response, we have to try everything possible to avoid, because it can escalate very quickly. We're not the world's policemen. We're not sending troops into Ukraine. But our number one priority is our national interest. Our national interest is impacted by what's happening there. And I outlined some of the reasons why. And there are others from a geopolitical perspective. And I would just say this. If COVID taught us anything, it's that something that happens and starts halfway around the world can reach, you know, Main Street America pretty quickly. Obviously, this is not at that scale, but it's important enough to care about it.
What's your advice to American citizens watching you right now? We've been hearing about this for several weeks. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. No, it's not. Now it's here. What's your advice to people listening to you?
Well, I mean, look, I think, first of all, pray for your leaders and pray for Ukraine that people make some wise choices. This is a moment of high tension because there is the possibility, the danger of escalation. I think Russia is going to respond with cyber of some level, which in turn would require a response.
They're going to do cyber sex
from us. And you fear that escalation could lead to the kind of active combat that you're talking about or mentioned a moment.
I actually don't understand how this is an invasion. They were individual states, no, who signed an agreement for Russian military support. Am I wrong? I mean, you are wrong. Those are like Russian areas within. Those are areas where a lot of Russian people live within Ukrainian borders. Okay, and since 2014, there has been active fucking war in this region between Russian separatists, again, that have been backed by the Russian government against the Ukrainian National Guard.
What do you think is Biden's next move?
The real discussion in the U.S. needs to be centered around the CIA's role in the Euromaidan protests in the wake of the Arab Spring. This is literally what started all this bullshit. I mean, it doesn't even fucking, but that, like, they will never, no one will ever talk about that. Especially because the problem is this. Here's the most nefarious part about American, American democracy building agenda, especially when it comes to color revolutions, especially when it comes to like the way that the CIA operates in this incredibly nefarious, in this incredibly successful and nefarious way. There are real fucking gripes that they launch, that they latch onto. Okay? That's the issue. Like, it's not like the fucking Ukrainians were not happy. Okay? Bosch didn't even know about Euromaidan until a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, well, it's a lot easier for him to maintain how correct he is, despite his lack of fucking understanding and knowledge on any particular foreign policy matter, if he's just repeating fucking State Department propaganda, okay? This is the Destiny discourse all over again, where like Destiny didn't know Florida was a fucking swing state while talking about how little I knew about politics, okay? Or when he fucking said, what's that dickhead, the pharma guy who like literally was running just to destroy Medicare for all, like he was having a strong showing. Like these guys, and I get shit wrong too. I get shit wrong all the time, but I don't care, okay? It's just, it's not about like, it's not about coming across as like the most right, okay? The most righteous. And it's also not about like fucking skimming a Wikipedia article and just like trying to fucking rehash it that way. You have to think about it a little bit further than that. Like when I talk about the potential problems of legitimizing Azov battalion style and their sympathizers within Ukrainian politics, I'm thinking about it in the next 5 fucking years, and Russia's involvement in Ukraine and Russia's invasion of Ukraine will also create and is continuing to create a tense situation where Ukrainians will resort to nationalistic reactionary counterweight measures. America defending that reactionary counterweight is just what America has done historically, and it will continue to do.
2 months ago,
okay,
we would be standing here.
But I'm not talking about like Azov battalion fucking swallowing the entirety of the Ukrainian government tomorrow. I'm talking about it from the next 5 years onward. Okay, the next 5 years, the next 10 years, and what's potentially going to happen in Ukraine. And I'm looking at that by you know, comparing it to what we have done not that long ago.
15 months.
I'm sorry, but I disagree with you. Russia's invasion is just a formality. Yeah, but that formality is important, okay? Russia via separatists was already functionally in control of the area. I know, I understand that. But the recognition of these areas as independent nations and then sending troops in is an escalation. Okay, it goes beyond saying like this is Ukrainian territory. You're now saying that is no longer Ukrainian territory. You're saying that's separate territory. That's actually just you know, an independent buffer zone now.
Hassle.
And that is how Russia has historically conducted its imperialist, expansionist, its expansionist fucking way of operation, its modus operandi. Okay?
At HasanAbi, the invasion already happened and then ended while you were away.
Today, in close coordination with our allies and partners, I'm announcing the first tranche of the sanctions imposed costs on Russia in response to yesterday's actions. Right, Jack, your whoop is upside down, my man. You're skewing your data. I don't think it would skew the data. Upside down. Why would it? We will continue to escalate sanctions as Russia escalates, Jack. Your data's going to be upside down. Why has no one brought up sending in the Blue Hats UN peacekeeping mission and then holding a legal referendum like it's part of the UN Charter, yet we only use it in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Central America and Balkans, but we can't do it in Ukraine? This is batshit crazy. This option hasn't been tabled. I mean, look, I don't even know if Russia wants that. I think right now they're in a fucking fortuitous position. They've already taken these areas by force, so Hasan, you probably addressed this earlier on the broadcast, but do you have a cold? Dude, you asked this question like a million times, brother. I have a runny, like, I don't know. Wait, oh no, it's not this guy. Never mind. This wasn't the person who asked. There was someone who kept asking over and over again. I don't know why. I have a stuffy nose, okay? I have a stuffy nose. Bad takes mostly, to be honest. Ukraine's independent provinces deserve protection from their shitty, literal Nazi government. Dude, you're fucking crazy, okay? You're crazy. Like, the Ukrainian government, as it stands currently, is not this, like, fucking incredibly powerful, and incredibly violent government. That is Russian propaganda. If we're being honest, that's literally fucking Russian propaganda, okay? Like, they're pussies, dude. They have no power. What the fuck are you talking about? Now, what America wants is an actual fucking Nazi-style, reactionary far-right fucking government.
W.
But, like, to say that fucking... To say that, like, the current Ukrainian government is, like, absolutely fucking... They're like, all Nazis or whatever... rather than say that there are actual far-right and Nazi elements and that nationalism is an incredibly nefarious and incredibly scary ideology that America has no problem historically defending and using to their advantage to continue doing imperialism. That's the appropriate way to deal with it. The Minsk agreement mentions the halt of hostility towards ethnic Russians. You're wrong, Hasan.
West through China.
What's about to take? America doesn't implicitly want a nationalist Ukraine. I think they do want a nationalist Ukraine. I do.
At HasanAbi, but the real question is, when is Donda 2 dropping?
Anyway, Zelensky is essentially running on a platform of anti-corruption and reform and generally runs a Big Ten party. He's not a Nazi. There aren't Nazis at high levels of government under Zelensky. That's not true. Under Poroshenko, this was true, but under Zelensky, it's not. No, wait, hold.
My brain won't stop rotting. Help.
Wasn't like the interior minister like the fucking
My streamer.
I know that, first of all, I know that Zelensky is the centrist. He's like the lib centrist guy. But I thought that there was like the internal affairs cabinet minister guy was like a Azov battalion lover. We're still focused on this Ukraine Nazi shit. Dude, this is so frustrating, dude. It's so fucking annoying that you guys are like downplaying the significance of this. Shut the fuck up. Like, it is incredibly fucking important for the future of Ukraine, okay? Just like Russian invasion is incredibly important for the fucking future of Ukraine. And that's bad. Except we, as America, are helping one side. We are the ones who are literally fucking helping the Nazis gain prominence in Ukraine, which will end up fucking over Ukraine. That's the reason why we saw... That's the reason why we are seeing, what do you call it? Like op-eds already being written about fucking Zelensky being a coward and Zelensky being feckless and not being aggressive enough and not being hardcore enough. Why is the New York Times writing about fucking Zelensky being not strong in the face of Russian opposition? Because he's too much of a centrist, okay?
Whoop whoop.
The former speaker of the Rada during Poroshenko is literally a neo-Nazi.
26 months, let's go. I forgot about Moldova.
I think I understand your take. Is it that just don't want this to happen? Plus Zelensky not continue to empower the Nazis in the battalion. Plus America obviously not getting involved. The people mad about talking about Ukraine were loving the discussions about Palestine. I don't understand why they're both important topics. We should discuss both. Because they think Ukraine is Palestine in this situation. Without taking into consideration that America is using Ukraine as a fucking weapon and without any sort of care for the safety of the Ukrainians themselves, stopping and standing in opposition to neutralization conversations because they would rather have Ukraine as a fucking knife in or they would rather wield Ukraine as a weapon against Russia, rather than genuinely protect Ukraine. That's the problem. It was the interior minister under Poroshenko who had direct ties to Svoboda and the nationalist groups that helped implement Azov into the National Guard. Yeah, I was wrong. It was the interior minister under Poroshenko.
No ad breaks for me.
Anyway, let's continue.
A moment ago, which would be, just incredibly dangerous. This is a very tense and dangerous moment.
For the record, I will not be debating your favorite YouTube essayist. I'm not going to do that. I don't care. You can think that makes me a coward or something. You know what my position is on this subject matter. Don't even fucking Pepe Levi this, because there's plenty of motherfuckers who are thirsty, okay? They are thirsty as fuck for this. There is nothing that will come out of this that is even remotely productive, okay? Look at what is going on when we have these proxy conversations with all of the most annoying little shitters in the chat who regularly come in here, and instead of having an actual fucking productive conversation, won't let me get 3 words across before people jump and latch on to whatever the fuck they can. You got a taste of this? Okay, you got a taste of this with what do you call it? With like yesterday's fucking Reddit, little Reddit situation where you know, they clipped something out of context, and every single fucking orbiter went on Twitter to be like, oh, dude, Hasan loves Hitler. He's like a big fan of Hitler. When so many people, even in the fucking clip that they clipped out of context, recognize it. Like, that's kind of weird that you're saying that. That's not what he's saying at all in the clip. So these are these are not people, like, even if the people who are personally operating in good faith, and many debate bros are usually not, their fan bases are awful. Reddit still thinks you love Hitler. Yeah, that's incredible that they think that.
We know perfectly well that while today is time for Georgia, tomorrow it may be Ukraine, then the Baltic states, and later, perhaps, Poland, said Lech Kaczynski in 2008. He died in plane crash on Russian soil. Russia refused to let Poland investigate.
We're done with.
You have NATO fully mobilized. You have the largest, land army and since World War II, masked by the Russians. They're operating within very close distance proximity of one another. So this is a moment of high tension. It's a moment for some sobriety. We have to respond strong, but we also have to be smart at the same time and avoid unnecessary and needless escalation, because that would become catastrophic.
It is a careful balance.
The fears that Russia's on the brink of a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Our Holly Williams and her team are near the front lines in eastern Ukraine, where they witnessed heavy artillery fire this morning. There has been a conflict with the separatists there since 2014. Suspected Russian military vehicles have been spotted in the two breakaway regions of Ukraine that Russia's Vladimir Putin has now recognized as independent, drawing international condemnation. This morning, Russia said its recognition of independence includes areas held by Ukrainian forces. Holly Williams joins us now to bring us up to date. Holly, please be careful out there, and good morning to you. Vladimir Putin has a very interesting way of looking at territory, it seems.
Yeah, good morning, Gail. Ukraine has accused Russia's President Vladimir Putin of trying to revive the Soviet Union. And the country's president is asking for international support now. But remember, Russian-backed separatists in those breakaway regions of Ukraine that President Putin has now recognized as independent are already fighting a war against Ukrainian forces. And we've been to the trenches of that bloody conflict.
We traveled to the front line by truck with Ukrainian soldiers until we...
This is like, by the way, this is exactly what the fuck they... This is the reason why the media partially, other than like access journalism to the State Department, like this is the reason why they fucking love this shit and have been hyping this shit non-fucking stop. I mean, look, dude, even me, like I have 40,000 people watching, okay? I have 40,000 people watching right now. Because everybody fucking loves war. Everybody's like fascinated by it. Everyone wants to fucking pay attention to it. Okay? And that's kind of what's going on here. It's just like the people see it as people see it as content.
We were ordered into this bunker.
Well, we were told to stop and come underground because apparently a local commander says it's too dangerous right now at the front line.
When we made it to the trenches, we found a quagmire. The Ukrainians say the snows melted early this year. The mud might slow an invasion down, the soldiers told us, but it won't stop it.
It's normal. 50K if you count other streamers? Oh, you mean like other streamers that are watching me? So like a total 50K
it's
probably?
Shelling, heavy shelling. 24 hours by 7.
Private Valery Kashkarov told us he was a businessman before he signed up and a former exchange student in Dallas.
Why then would Vladimir Putin invade?
We don't know. We are on our own land, soldiers of this country protecting our country. I don't know what's in the head of Vladimir Putin. I apologize.
Dumb take, people in Eastern Europe are terrified of Russian aggression, my dude. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. That's not what I'm talking about. Most of the people that are watching me are not watching from Eastern Europe. Shut the fuck up. It's, oh, like you're not making any money off this? Lol. Dude, I just admitted that like I have more people watching when war is happening. What the fuck? One of my favorite things in the chat is when chat literally fucking repeats what I say back to me as a criticism. The only difference is, like, I am anti-war and have been talking about ways and methods of de-escalation for the past for the past 2 months now, which is precisely why instead of having 100,000 people watching me currently, I have 40,000 people watching me currently, and another 20,000 watching from afar, shitting on me because they do not agree with that de-escalation take and consider it to be appeasement. Asshole. Okay? That's the point. If I wanted to make money off war, I would have been fucking sucking that State Department cock, okay, and shitting out exactly whatever the fuck they're saying, so that all these fucking dummies that want to hear the exact same thing, but from a sexier, younger, less fucking restricted format, would come in here and be like, oh my God, he's so fucking based. Oh my God, I love doing anti-imperialism by fucking expanding NATO. Okay?
Ukraine's been fighting a war against Russian-backed separatists since 2014. And now there's been a new eruption of violence. The separatists are in the breakaway regions of Ukraine that President Putin recognized yesterday as independent republics, drawing condemnation from the US and its allies. US officials say Moscow is arming the separatists, and Ukraine says they're targeting civilian areas, including the village of Novonyativka, where they seem shell-shocked. We're on the brink of nervous breakdown, said Ekaterina Evseva, and there's nowhere to run. Back in the trenches, Sergeant Fedenyk Lubomir told us Ukraine needs protection from the air and said America should help.
The US has previously ruled out sending combat troops to Ukraine, but has sent this country nearly $3 billion in military assistance in recent years. The question now is whether what we're seeing here is the beginning of another Russian invasion of Ukraine.
So did the Russian invasion of Ukraine never stop, or is it happening now?
Geopolitical perspective out of 10.
Because what's really interesting about this entire fucking conversation is that she's saying another, but the reason why the American government and even the Ukrainian government kind of backed down from fucking claiming that this was an invasion is because I'm pretty sure they just don't want, like, they don't want, like, to recognize as a full-blown escalation. They do not want this to be, Putin, it basically called the bluff of Western nations, okay? They did. And now people are saying appeasement again. So what's your take? What's your take? What's the counter? Should you drop in like you're going to fucking Tilted Towers into Donbass? Are you going to defend Ukrainian sovereignty and Ukrainian territory? Are you going to fight? Are you going to fight for the Ukrainians?
Just hopped in. We at war yet?
Is that what's going to happen? Where are we dropping, boys? If Putin keeps this up, I'm going to have to step in and have a chat with him. You should do that. I think the past week has been your greatest streak of bad takes in a row. Dude, you haven't been here long enough, dude, okay? Like, you don't get to fucking say idiotic things like this. You haven't gone through any international crisis coverage with me before. If you've only been here for fucking 3 months, like, you know, you're like a baby. You don't get to have any sort of take here, okay? This is the first time you've heard me cover anything that is not like directly Republican bad, Republican mad, and it like broke your fucking brain, okay? Entirely. Retired Major General James Spider Marks.
Joining us now,
here,
retired
there
Major
you go.
General James Spider Marks, CNN military analyst and head of geopolitical strategy at Academy Security. Spider, this is the map we've been looking at for days, with 190,000 Russian troops ringing Ukraine. There's real.
Dude, Russian military is inside Ukraine. What else do you want? Putin ordered to go in, and if you get shot, shoot back. There you go. Wait, no. I know. I agree. I think it's an invasion. I think that is an escalation. It's the first major escalation from Vladimir Putin, in comparison to what like what the Western media and the Western State Departments have been fucking advocating for, the American and the UK intelligence has been pushing for. And it's fucked up, and I called it out as such.
Really a new focus this morning.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, here's where Luhansk and Donetsk are. This is the Donbass region that we've been talking about. What we anticipate and what Putin has said he's going to do is he's now going to bring additional forces into this area. Now, bear in mind, they've been in there since 2014, so this could be an invasion without a shot being fired.
One of the things I've been talking about is the next few hours will really tell us a lot. This area is the area that the Russians already more or less control. The Russian-backed separatists there already control. But they claim this entire area here. So what are you watching for?
Oh, here.
Already control. But they claim this entire area here. So what are you watching for?
Well, exactly. So the initial move, this is, again, as you've indicated, this is where the separatists have been for the last 7 years. This region is what Putin has said has always been historically Russian. It was taken from him, following the Soviet Union, et cetera, et cetera. We've got the history. The big concern I see is not only a move into this area, but also the potential for a move down to, could happen. This is the Dnieper River. I could see where he would be enthusiastic. If you look up here in this map, he would be enthusiastic about achieving this kind of a bite. And I'm not certain how the world would respond to that.
How would he do it? Militarily?
Well, not hard at all. Bear in mind, he has forces down here in Crimea. He's got attack helicopters. He's got fighters. He also has naval presence here, the Sea of Azov. So he has a joint and combined capability to provide support were this to be a decision in terms of an invasion. He's got the capability.
And again, this is another area where you can push in here. What can you...
I work for the DI... I went to dual MSA at Georgetown ZTH. Your lack of expertise is showing. Please don't be disingenuous. No, Hasan is a elite level capitalist. He realized he could use his good looks to become an actor, to get the upper middle class children of the bourgeoisie to overcome the shame they feel for not meeting their parents' expectations by simulating their fantasy of being a revolutionary socialist by watching him. Adam Smith would be proud. He terminally prefaced by saying, in terms of white cultural experience, can you show your viewer location stats? Shroud. I always have the weirdest guys come in here. Face chatter. That was bait. That was bait. That was bait. That's good. That's good. Bring him out. Bring out the motherfuckers who think that that was like a base take. Al Jazeera is live now with the Ukraine minister. All right, let's go to Al Jazeera. Sometimes I like to read shitty takes to see who agrees with those shitty takes, to ban the people with the shitty takes. You know what I'm saying? It's the real fucking Mac Daddy debate. If you know what I'm saying. Where's the Al Jazeera one? Does anyone have it? Blinken is talking?
Diplomatic assistance provided to Ukraine.
Oh no.
The Ukrainian people will surely remember the United States standing with Ukraine at this decisive moment in history. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions, and we'll take two from each delegation. We'll start with Vivian Salama of the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary, President Biden said 3 days ago that if Russia invades They will have chosen war, and the door to diplomacy will be closed. Today,
I'm willing to bet not a single one is going to ask about the top of the hour ad break and how to defend from the top of the hour ad break.
so even though you've now canceled your meeting with,
Like, it's really fucked up that they won't mention that, like, the real lethal aid that you can use to stop the top of the hour ad break from destroying your broadcasting experience is by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay. And that here's the 1 minute ad break now.
and so that's been a non-starter for the West. So what needs to happen then for any of these talks to actually be entertained? Minister Kuleba, good to see you again. Quick questions for you.
Don, you're unironically acting like a Republican by acquitting all State Department media as being untrustable and seeming to always have a motive. Of course they always have a motive, just like NATO always has a motive. You already admitted that NATO is designed to do what it's doing, which is like fucking be an aggressive posturing operation against Russia.
List of Ukrainians to be killed or sent to camps following a military occupation. Were you informed of this list? Your government, was it informed of this list? And have any actions been taken to respond to it? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to start. First, the further renewed Russian invasion of Ukraine that has now begun means clearly that the idea of having a meeting this week with Foreign Minister Lavrov to pursue diplomacy now rejects.
I will permanently ban 17 month subscribers if you come in here with that fuck shit.
But having said that, to the extent there is anything that we can do to
don't give a fuck. You're nothing to me.
Worst case scenario, an all-out assault on all of
a purge that should have happened a long time ago.
That would inflict horrific costs on the Ukrainian people. We will always pursue that. So we, our partners, remain open to diplomacy, but Moscow needs to demonstrate that it's serious. The last 24 hours has demonstrated just the opposite. It hasn't been serious to date, including with regard to the meeting that was planned for Thursday. We made clear that in the context of a Russian invasion, we would not go forward with that meeting. If Moscow's approach changes...
Motherfuckers be like Stalinist. Bitch, I'll make Stalin look like an anarchist, okay?
With regard to President Putin's statement about NATO and the open door, it's very clear what we've seen.
It's crazy that Russia is actively invading Kyiv right now, as they said that it was going to happen, yet they're still open to diplomatic talks. That's wild.
What President Putin has made clear is that this is about the total subjugation of Ukraine.
Right, when two capitalist imperialist superpowers are fucking fighting by using Ukraine as a talking, as a mere cudgel.
Influence, or short of that, the total neutrality of countries surrounding Russia. And so the issue of Ukraine and NATO has really been an argument, an excuse to mask the fact that what this is about is President Putin's view that Ukraine is not a sovereign country, that it does not have an existence or independence.
Bro, this take is so fucking bunk. If that's the case, then fucking say that Ukraine is not going to join NATO, okay? Just say it. Wow, there you go. You stop the fucking invasion. And if the invasion does occur, you already have the fucking troops. You already have the troops lined up in fucking Poland.
It is a choice of the people of Ukraine. No one but Ukraine and NATO will decide on the future of our relationship. And it has never been about NATO for Putin. It's just an excuse. Even if we do nothing, President Putin will find a reason to accuse us of doing something. Regarding our plans to evacuate Mariupol or Kharkiv, no, we do not have such plans. We have two plans. Plan A is to utilize every tool of diplomacy to
We are not sending in. Are you
Russia
insane? Been clear since day one? Yeah, of course they're not sending in, because that would be fucking psychotic. That would be a nuclear holocaust.
Is to fight for every inch of our land and every city and every to fight until we win, of course. And about the list of extermination, no, we haven't received it officially. But I wouldn't exclude that such a list can exist.
We'll turn to Olga Koshelenko from 1+1 Media.
Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary of State. From your perspective, is Budapest Memorandum rather alive or dead? And do the United States recognize any legal obligations under it? And quick follow-up to Mr. Kuleba, what actions do you expect from partners to be taken under Budapest? Thank you.
Well, in effect, Russia began to tear up the Budapest Memorandum in 2014 when it seized Crimea and went into the Donbass, leading, backing, financing, supporting the separatists and waging war in the Donbass. I think what we've seen in the last 24 hours is the further repudiation of Budapest by Russia. For our part, we have worked very hard over many years, and especially over the last year, to do everything we can to support Ukraine, to support its territorial integrity, its sovereignty, its independence, through security assistance, in the last year alone more than in any previous year, humanitarian assistance, financial assistance. Just about 10 days ago, we provided an additional loan guarantee of $1 billion to Ukraine. And of course, leading the effort internationally to build support for Ukraine in this hour of need. So we stand very much behind that.
It's not me breathing, chat. What the fuck? It's someone on the memorandum. It's literally someone on the fucking PBS side. Shut the fuck up.
Ukraine's independence, its security, its well-being.
Budapest Memorandum is not a collective treaty. So the truth is that no one promised us that they would fight for us if we are attacked. This is not the subject matter of the Budapest Memorandum. But this document was concluded on the premise that, first, countries who provided security assurances to Ukraine will themselves not use force against us. And second, if that happens, they will do their utmost to stop it. So this is exactly should be the subject of the consultations that Ukraine has initiated recently. Countries who belong to this legal and political field space created by the Budapest Memorandum have to come together and reach an agreement on which specific action can they take to protect Ukraine. We understand that one of the signatories of the Budapest Memorandum is Russia, who, as Secretary Blinken rightly said, violated all possible international documents and agreements. But this does not waive other countries of their responsibilities to do their best in order to help Ukraine. Ukraine is a country that exists in a security vacuum. This is truth. Our security guarantees are Ukrainian army and Ukrainian diplomacy. But we realize that. But we do believe that the decisions taken in 1994, when the Budapest Memorandum was concluded, they should be respected because we sacrificed a lot to make a long story short, we did a lot to strengthen global security by abandoning our nuclear arsenal. That was a huge contribution. And we expect, on the principle of reciprocity, an equally huge contribution to ensuring Ukraine's security.
Ben Hall, Fox News.
Thank you. Thank you very much, both.
Fox News is about to be like, how much do you fear Donald Trump becoming president again? And that's why Vladimir Putin didn't invade under the Trump regime.
Lesser US sanctions. I wonder if that is your read as well. And also, you and President Zelensky called for tough sanctions to be placed on Russia before the invasion. You said this would happen. If not, it has happened. Are you happy with that in mind, with the way the US has handled this? What more would you like to see from the US and from the international community to try and deter more aggression? And Secretary Blinken, thank you. Given that Russia has invaded Ukraine, regardless of all the threats of harsh sanctions, the attempts at diplomacy, what makes you think that continuing down the same path is going to deter them any further?
Stop breathing.
Do you think it's time to change tact? Do you think diplomacy has failed? And secondly, have you underestimated Putin?
Not you, chat.
First, there is no such thing as minor, middle, or major invasion. Invasion is an invasion. Second, as I said,
okay, if invasion is invasion, why aren't they still trying to do a diplomatic solution to it?
Sanctions which were announced today, they target Russia. They're very specific. They are painful. I can say frankly that yesterday, when we learned about the first executive order to impose sanctions,
also that's not what Zelensky said. Zelensky said something the opposite of this take.
With Donetsk and Lugansk, we were puzzled because we saw how the side that thought recognition from Russia is being punished, but we didn't see how Russia, who granted its recognition,
you don't feel this call for peace talks is just posturing?
And this strategy,
no, I think they do want peace talks.
Imposing sanctions by waves, if I may put it this way, is something that can work if it continues in a sustainable way. President Putin should not have a single minute when he starts to think that this is the threshold, this is the ceiling, the pressure reached its ceiling, and he will not be punished anymore. This pressure should continue to be stepped up, and if that involves regular issuance of executive orders on new sanctions, we will be more than happy to see that.
My real fucking tinfoil hat conspiracy take is that like American trained, CIA trained Azov battalion style fucking special ops guys actually do end up blasting off in an area. Then they say it was a Russian false flag operation to fucking push for troop activity. Okay, Hasan battalion. And then, nationalistic fervor is whipping up all through Ukraine. Obviously, Russia is the big bad guy in that situation. They literally are, because they will 100% fucking go aggro mode, go ape mode. That would be really, really devastating.
And we
I
saw
hope it
two
doesn't
executive
happen.
orders issued by President Biden within less than 24 hours. This may be the dynamics that will have to be upheld.
Your take is not nuanced enough for
Russia
international relations?
continues to escalate. And it was encouraging to hear from Secretary a very simple sentence.
Dude, you're coming into a fucking Twitch chat and being like, your take is not nuanced enough. Like, you just need to be repeating what you heard on MSNBC about Putin being a big bad baddie.
We did believe.
Shut the fuck up. Here you go. Here, this is for you, okay?
It would be helpful for some of sanctions, not all of sanctions, but some of sanctions to be imposed before the invasion begins as a preemptive measure for what Russia had done before. But this question becomes obsolete now, and we have to focus on a different strategy, the one that I just described.
Ben, it's hard for me to improve much on my friend Dimitro's answer. I'll just add a couple of things. First, all along we said that we were pursuing two tracks. The track of diplomacy and dialogue to try to persuade Russia not to engage in renewed aggression against Ukraine. And at the same time...
Bro, this is a shockingly fucking middle ground take. Why are they so much more reserved now?
A response.
They literally were fucking screeching from the top of their lungs about Ukrainian invasion being imminent and Kyiv being overtaken. And now they're like, come on, let's do diplomacy. What the fuck's going on? What the fuck is going on? Now that like there are Russian troop activity in fucking Donbass, why are they now like, oh, dude, we want to do sanctions and also please let's do some diplomacy. Well, do diplomacy. I want to see diplomacy.
We started high and we'll stay high. The sanctions that already announced.
If you don't feel like this is a drastically different attitude from Blinken in comparison to where they were, I don't know what to tell you. Like, What is happening? I don't understand why they're not fucking still going buck wild.
To financing the Kremlin and Russian military. We have comprehensive sanctions against Russian sovereign debt. What that means is that we're cutting off the Russian government from Western financing. Sanctions on elites and family members, and as promised, as we've said all along, Germany taking action on Nord Stream 2. And to repeat what Dmytro just emphasized, we've also made clear, we're making clear today, that if Russia continues to escalate, so will we. And of course, it's not only the sanctions and other measures of that nature that are being taken. It is, as we've made clear, the reinforcement of NATO on its eastern flank and continuing to provide.
They will not go buck wild until actual invasion occurs. Russia must be seen as the aggressive one. Dog, what's less aggressive? What's more aggressive than fucking putting boots inside of Ukrainian, sovereign Ukrainian territory? Might be under occupation by separatist forces, might be an area where Russian people live, but it doesn't matter. That's still fucking boots inside of Ukraine.
We can do everything in our power to try to shape those decisions. But as I've said all along, whatever his decisions, we're prepared either way. And we've demonstrated that again today in full coordination with allies.
It's so weird. Yesterday, motherfuckers were coming in here to be like, hold this L, hold this L, hold this L, hold this L. Russia invaded, Russia invaded. Today, those very same people that said, hold this L, Russia invaded, fuck you, are now turning around and being like, actually, Russia didn't invade. Like, this is not an invasion, not a real invasion. Okay? This is not a real invasion, actually. Like, hold up. Oh, so which one is it? Should I be holding an L or should I be holding up a W then? If that's your fucking take, if that's your perspective.
From Dmytro Anapchenko from Inter TV.
Mr. Blinken,
America's saying it's invasion, but it's invasion light.
After all what happened in Ukraine last night,
the only people holding L's in the situation are Ukrainian people, by the way, which are now stuck in fucking limbo.
And secondly, I got a question which may sound very naive, but it's a question of my audience in Ukraine, millions of people who are really scared. And if any one of them will be on my place, they will ask you, if Russian troops will move forward, or if they will start intense artillery fire hitting Ukrainian territory, on your understanding, what will happen next and what will America do?
Thank you. With regard to the Normandy format, I think the question is best directed at President Putin. As far as we can see by the actions that he's taken, he's rejected it, and he's torn up, in effect, the Minsk agreements, which the Normandy format was designed to advance. So if Russia is at all serious about resolving the conflict that it created in the Donbass, pursuant to the agreements it signed, the Minsk agreements, it's of course showing.
Why do David Pacman, Vosh, and Majority Report have such drastically different takes than you on this issue? I don't know. I don't think Majority Report has drastically different takes than me on this issue, though. I'm pretty sure they have the same takes as I do. I haven't really been listening to them, but I'd be surprised if they were like very, very different. But yes, David Pacman and Vosh and myself, are, of course, have different points of view on this issue. They've always. We don't see the world in similar ways. That's the reason.
The final repudiation of Minsk by Russia. But again, you would have to ask President Putin. With regard to what comes next, as I said a moment ago, and as we've said all along, if Russia pursues its aggression against Ukraine, it will face the massive consequences that not only the United States, but virtually all of our allies and partners have made clear would follow. You've heard this from the G7, the leading democratic economies in the world. You've heard it from the European Union. You've heard it from NATO. And that includes what we've started with today, and that is very severe economic and financial sanctions that will exact significant costs from Russia. It includes a reinforcement of NATO and the defense of all allies in NATO, and it includes additional assistance to Ukraine in every area, security, diplomatic, political, economic, humanitarian. All of that will follow. And again, I repeat what I've said before, if and as Russia escalates, so will we.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, everyone.
Bosch and Deepak are extremely anti-authoritarian, so they go really hard against autocrats like Putin. Yeah, okay, well, Deepak also went extremely hard against fucking Bolivia, too. So, I mean, come on. Yeah, we have a difference in opinion on a lot of that stuff. I don't know why people keep saying the queen is dead. The queen fucking dead or not, bruv? How the fuck has no one on the PBS side noticed the breathing? I don't know. Do you think NATO is to blame in all of this? I think NATO's I think the United States beefing up NATO as a fucking potential using NATO as or using a Ukraine joining NATO as a talking point or like a viable thing is certainly part of the reason why tensions are at the place that they're at. Okay? But obviously, no, at this stage, now that Russia has like actually fucking gone in, now that Russia has actually sent in peacekeeping troops, BNO, Queen Elizabeth II alive, rumors of her death denied. Oh, I know she has COVID. She has COVID. We already talked about that. The only thing that can save Ukraine is HasanAbi watching Master of Season 8. Wait, what? No shot.
That they are recognizing two breakaway regions of Ukraine. And now this White House is stating that this is an invasion.
Trump praised Putin's genius plan to invade Ukraine. Shut the fuck up.
That's a strong word.
Stop.
What went wrong here? What has the current occupant of the Oval Office done that he could have done differently?
Well, what went wrong was a rigged election. And what went wrong is a candidate that shouldn't be there and a man that has no concept of what he's doing. I went in yesterday and there was a television screen and I said, this is genius. Putin declares a big portion of the Ukraine. Putin declares it as independent. Oh, that's wonderful. So Putin is now saying it's independent, a large section of Ukraine. I said, how smart is that? And he's going to go in and be a peacekeeper. That's the strongest peace force. We could use that on our southern border. That's the strongest peace force I've ever seen. There were more army tanks than I've ever seen. They're going to keep peace all right. No, but think of it. Here's a guy who's very savvy. I know him very well, very, very well. By the way, this never would have happened with us. Had I been in office, not even thinkable. This would never have happened. But here's a guy that says, you know, I'm going to declare a big portion of Ukraine independent. He used the word independent. And we're going to go out and we're going to go in and we're going to help keep peace. You got to say that's pretty savvy. And you know what the response was from Biden? There was no response. They didn't have one for that. Now it's very sad.
So many people have been engaging with you in bad faith lately. Just know that they only make up a small community, and most people still support you. No, I know. It's a very vocal minority, and it's still incredibly annoying dealing with it over and over again. The irony of which is that like it makes it way more harder, way
public enemy.
It just makes it impossible for me to ever fucking deal with someone that wants to debate, because the audience makes it a billion times worse, because I see the way that they operate and it's like incredibly unproductive.
Me number one.
Okay, quick break from the fucking a quick break from the Vladimir Putin, where we'll of course get back to that. I watch all Twitch streamers and your haters are bizarre. It's not just you noticing it. Yeah, I mean, it's politics, baby. It's different. Like, I already despise debating, but then fucking the audiences make it so much worse.
California's Lake Tahoe, Hank the Tank, a 500-pound black bear who's reportedly busted into more than 24 homes, breaking windows and doors, looking for food.
Free
and
this
he
bear.
seems to be getting his fill.
He deserves it. He deserves it. Hank deserves it.
It's now double the size of an average black bear. Check out his prints next to a man's boot.
They're supposed to be hibernating, but they've been so used to people and being fed year-round.
Experts say with the black bear population tripling over the last 3 decades
Let him eat.
and recent wildfires decimating their natural habitat, many are scavenging for meals in residents' garbage
That's a big boy.
cans,
That's a big
even
boy who
breaking
deserves
into
it. That's a
cars
chunky
and
boy.
homes.
They've figured out how to operate car doors to get into after food that's in cars. A couple of them figured out how to work French doors to get into the house. One mama bear even was seen teaching her cubs how to get into that French door.
Well,
That's fucking awesome. What the
humans
fuck?
are not on their food chain. Bears can be ferocious when cornered or surprised.
I saw a paw right.
Oh God, what the fuck? What is happening right here? Bro, America is yo, we need to fucking send Putin's peace army into California territory. What is happening? What the fuck are these bears doing, bro? What is that, Photoshop? That's a straight whole ass bear, dude, on the beach. What's happening?
Cornered or surprised.
I saw a paw right before he started mauling me.
In November, Laurel Rose von Hoffman-Kersey was left badly cut and battered after a black bear broke into her North Lake Tahoe home and attacked without warning. And who could forget this terrifying incident in Southern California between a mama bear and a teen girl who pushed the beast out of her backyard to protect her dogs.
I was like, oh my God.
Oh my God. What the fuck? Yo! Bro, that is fucking, she won. Okay, she won against the bear. That's so dumb. I would never do that.
Out of her backyard between a mama bear and a teen girl who pushed the beast.
The bear was coming for the fucking weed plants.
Out of her backyard to protect her dogs.
I was like, oh my God, there's a bear and it is taking my dog.
In Hank's case, some say euthanasia is the only recourse, but the Bear League says that's barbaric. They want to relocate Hank to a sanctuary.
We believe he's one of our neighbors, and he's only doing what he's been taught to do.
Social media now weighing in with the hashtag Hank the Tank.
Yeah, they need to protect Hank the Tank. He's too big of a chonker to be fucking killed, dude. To be brutally assassinated. I mean, come on. This needs to be a success story. Put him in a fucking sanctuary. Homie is too fat to survive in nature without being able to constantly raid the kitchen pantries, okay?
As residents brace for more break-ins from this unwelcome guest.
California. Even American bears are overweight. Shut the fuck up. Yo, listen, dude. Listen, we got... I got nothing on that, okay?
Fish and wildlife officials say euthanasia will be the last option when it comes to Hank the Tank, and right now they're brainstorming other options. Meantime, the biologists in California and really well beyond, including this area, suggest that living and coexisting with bears is important and that you need to recognize, only put your garbage out on garbage day, put a heavy top on it so they can't get in, because that's what they're after, food. And in this case, Hank the Tank has been eating a lot of it. He's huge.
He's a big guy. Kerry, what's that behind you? We see something strange there behind you.
Oh, you got me. You got me good, you son of a bitch. Very good. Okay, dude. God, I fucking just news. The news is so stupid. Okay, listen. I love that bear. Okay, he's so fucking comically fat. That's hilarious, dude. Look at this chonker, dude.
Tank, a 500-pound.
I mean, he's so fucking fat. That's awesome. I want to pet that thing.
Black bear, who's reportedly busted into more than 24 homes, breaking windows and doors, looking for food. And he seems to be getting his...
Like, look at how gigantic that fucking thing is, dude. It's rotund. Oh my God, dude. It's so awesome. Oh, what a cutie, dude. What an absolute cutie. Someone say he's got a slim face. Please stop making fun of my Uncle Frank. He's dealing with COVID weight. Yeah, everybody put on some pounds, you know? Mandatory onion when talking about bears in the news.
And now in a desperate attempt to fill 24 hours of programming, here's some bullshit that happened somewhere today. We've got some footage here of the bullshit, which began just after 3 o'clock this afternoon, when residents in this neighborhood were shocked to see this fairly common thing happening. An attractive witness described the event in breathless terms.
I went to my window and I was like, whoa, there's some bullshit happening.
That happened right over there. I'm an older man, so you can trust what I say.
Authorities in special uniforms rushed to the scene to stand around while our cameras filmed them. Our reporter Keith Collins joins us now live from the scene of the bullshit through the use of expensive technology. Good to be with you again, Keith. We have a colorful graphic here that shows instances of bullshit like this are on the rise. Is that right?
Yes, although why is unclear. Some say it's because of one fucking reason. Others say it's because of some other fucking reason. I talked to this random expert on the subject who told me this thing you're about to hear him say right after he points at a piece of paper.
I spent my entire life attending the nation's most prestigious schools to talk about bullshit like this. I'm really just happy to be on TV.
Now let's see if we can drag this out a little longer by showing emails written by some of our viewers. I once saw some stuff kind of like the shit you're talking about happen. I have nothing more to add. Another person says, I am angry that things like this happen. I get mad about every bullshit thing I see. So obviously a lot of opinions there to make this story seem somewhat meaningful.
Oh, absolutely, Glenn. This bullshit has some broader implications. Here's a list of tips on how to avoid bullshit happening to you.
And here's some footage of Congress.
Yes, I see that.
Well, thank you, Keith. Let us know if there are any updates on this bullshit story from there.
There's no way there will be.
Very good. We'll check back with you in an hour anyway.
I'm just some fucking guy.
When we return, we'll look at live footage of a car chase taken from a helicopter and free associate about what's going on.
Nation's geologists demand more money for marijuana research. It's so good. Please watch more local news memes. Charlie Broker's weekly wipe. Every TV news reporter on the economy live. What? No.
This is where it's at. If you're not here, then you're f***ing nowhere.
We are continuing.
It seems like
Oh, the White House is holding a news conference. Let's see.
Chunks, whereas the expectation had been that it would come all at once.
Yeah, well, look, today's.
We're gonna watch Channel 5 after, okay?
Through the elements of it with Nord Stream, the financial sanctions, sovereign debt, and the elites. Number two, it's just the beginning. This was the beginning of an invasion. This is just the beginning of our response. But number three, and this really gets to your question, I think, most fundamentally. No one should think that it's our goal to max out on sanctions. Sanctions are not an end to themselves. They serve a higher purpose. And that purpose is to deter and prevent. They're meant to prevent and deter a large-scale invasion of Ukraine that could involve the seizure of major cities, including Kyiv. They're meant to prevent large-scale human suffering that could involve tens of thousands of casualties in a conflict. And they're meant to prevent the installation of a puppet government controlled by Moscow that subjugates the will of Ukraine and prevents the people of Ukraine from choosing their own destiny and setting their own course. That's what this is all about.
Okay. What's it going to take to target Putin directly?
I'm not going to telegraph exactly what it would take and under what circumstances that would have.
That's what Donald Trump would have said.
The president said.
But the EU president said today this is the most dangerous moment in European security in a generation. So if not today, when? What?
Look, as I say, we mounted a very significant response today. We can escalate that response further. There are a number of actions we can take using financial sanctions, export controls, fortifying our eastern flank, helping Ukraine defend itself, helping each other deal with the costs and consequences of Russia's invasion, and most importantly, having a shared confidence among allies in our way of life, our economic model, our political model. If Russia wants to sequester itself from Western technology, the Western economy, and from Western financial markets, that is a bad strategic choice for Russia. But we're going to step up in solidarity to advance our values and principles.
Thanks. You mentioned that sanctions are meant to deter and prevent, but the fact of the matter is the sanctions you're announcing today and announced last night did not deter or prevent Russia's actions yesterday and over the weekend. What gives you any confidence that the remaining sanctions that haven't been imposed yet can deter or prevent a further Russian invasion and aggression in Ukraine?
Well, look, it's day one, and President Putin has choices to make. We have choices to make. Our job is to manage risks and to impose conflict.
Will anyone ask why Kyiv hasn't been bombed like State Department has said it would be for the past 4 weeks?
We can do that through fortifying.
Or for the past 2 weeks at least?
We can do that through providing defensive assistance.
Or maybe say what's different now that there's like actual boots inside of Ukrainian territory, Russian boots inside of Ukrainian territory. Don't you consider that to be an actual invasion? And why are they changing that rhetoric now?
Sanctions. You know, we have principles that matter in terms of how we design a sanctions package. They need to be powerful enough to demonstrate our resolve and the capacity to impose overwhelming costs.
Another clip later to be edited with a curb theme,
such that we can maximize coordination.
Dude, it doesn't fucking matter. Like I'm not saying it won't happen. Okay, it could. It would be insane if it did. But you know what hasn't happened? What they said was going to happen. Okay.
They work over time.
So like right now, I might be wrong in the future. Okay, my hope. I hope you understand. My hope is that I am right. Okay, but they have been wrong thus far.
Trying to diversify it a little bit. Simon, can you let Weija ask the question? Thank you. Go ahead, Weija.
Thank you. I know that you just talked about all the actions that you're taking to counter any oil shortages that might drive up.
You've been wrong too? No, exactly. And I admitted, the difference is I admit when I'm wrong, but no one else does for some fucking weird reason. And then everybody gets mad at me instead, even though I admitted that I'm wrong.
Americans might feel a difference.
Pull up my last comment.
Gas tanks. And then secondly, to follow up on what Zeke was just asking, both you and the president said today that these sanctions will be in response, will be if Putin escalates, you will escalate. So that sounds like they are going to be in response now and not meant to deter. So do you still view them as being a deterrence, or are they just a punishment at this point?
Yeah, so the first question on energy markets and the impact of our actions and when they'll take effect in markets.
Not even wrong, look, just lying?
Again, I don't want to go into specifics, but there are actions that energy consumers can take with their strategic reserves.
No,
There are actions that energy producers can take in terms of their spare capacity. There are actions that energy producers can undertake to increase their production of energy in the current circumstance. And I'm not going to give you a timeline, but the collective power of those actions and all the other tools and authorities that are at our disposal, plus diplomatic maneuvers that are at our disposal, collectively, we think will be effective in bringing down the price of gas and the price of oil.
He will come back, I promise, and I promise he would not be too late for his meeting. So thank you so much for joining us. Okay. I apologize to those of you who did not get questions from Dilip. We will have him back, and we will make him available in other capacities as well to all of you. I have one very unrelated but still very important item for you at the top, and then we'll get back to our discussion. Today in Arizona, Interior Secretary Deb Haaland announced the Interior Department's plan to fulfill settlements of Indian water rights claims using historic funding from President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. The infrastructure law provides $2.5 billion to implement the Indian Water Rights Settlement Completion Fund, which will help deliver long-promised water resources to tribes and a foundation for future economic development for entire communities dependent on common water resources. Following feedback from the tribal consultations, the department will allocate $1.7 billion this year alone from the infrastructure law to enacted settlements that have outstanding federal payments necessary to complete their terms. With that, Zeke, why don't you kick us off, and we will get around to as many people as possible, and I realize it's already late. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. How about you walk us through the events of the last 24 hours? Last night, a senior administration official on a background call with reporters briefed them on the administration's response and said that Russia's occupied these regions since 2014, and that Russian troops moving into the Donbass would not itself be a new step, and didn't use the word invasion. This morning, Deputy National
Oh,
Security
they are
Advisor said
asking.
Invasion. The president sees the invasion. What changed in the last 24 hours?
Oh my God!
What did you see on the ground that changed the U.S. government's assessment of what is
Oh my God! They're literally. Oh shit!
Sure. Well, I'm not going.
That's
to,
a great
I know
question.
This isn't exactly what you're asking, but just to set the precedent here, I'm not going to be confirming military movements from the podium now or at any point, probably. But what I can tell you is what we looked at is the events of the last less than 24 hours, Zeke, right? And what we have seen is President Putin setting up a rationale to take more territory by force. What we're basing that on, including the comments of the Deputy National Security Advisor this morning, and then the President's comments later in the afternoon, is a couple of things. One, Vladimir Putin announced yesterday that he was basically planning to carve out a chunk of Ukraine by recognizing 2 regions of Ukraine as independent. He brazenly asserted these regions are no longer part of Ukrainian sovereign territory. Last night, he authorized Russian forces to deploy into these regions. Today, he sought authorization from the Duma for the Russian military to use force outside of Russian territory. And today, he asserted that these regions actually extend deeper into Ukraine, claiming larger areas currently under jurisdiction of the Ukrainian government. So what we're seeing there, and as for anybody who read or paid attention to his lengthy speech last night, is the rationale to go much further. That is what we are also.
That wasn't the question. The question is why. If this is not invasion, like what has changed? Why is this not an invasion? Why was this an invasion? Is this an invasion that confirms your intelligence, or is this not an invasion then? You can't fucking say this is the invasion and then turn around and be like, actually, just kidding, this wasn't the fucking invasion. And all these dumbass chatters in my chat are like, no, actually, it was an invasion and you're fucking holding an L. But then also the American government is now saying it's not an invasion. So if that's not an invasion, so what is it?
The president, and Billy talked to this as well, warned Americans over the last several weeks that they should be prepared to bear the cost of standing up for Ukraine's sovereignty. There's been a lot of conversation about this, and I was hoping you could maybe speak to clarify this a little bit. Why should Americans, feel that they have to? That is a cost that they should have to bear, and that should affect their lives. And how much should they be prepared for this, geopolitical crisis to impact their day-to-day living?
Well, I think what hopefully the American people who are tuning into this or have
she basically took the long way to fucking say, well, actually, it's just day one, and Putin claimed he wants to take all over Ukraine, so the intelligence is still true. It just hasn't happened yet, but it has happened. That is an invasion
of another country for their own, and that is the world is standing with the United States against the actions of President Putin. Now, why does that matter? I realize that's what you're asking me. Why does that matter to the American people? That should matter because that is a fundamental value that we as a country stand up for, and we stand up against that type of action. That goes back to World War II, and we have repeatedly throughout history been leaders in the world in rallying support for any efforts to seize territory from another country. When the president spoke to the American people last week, it was very important to him to be very direct and clear and straightforward with them about what this could mean as we looked to what the impact of an invasion could mean and also what the impact of sanctions could mean. And the fact that standing up for values is not without cost, including in this case, including potentially in this scenario. Now, as Dilip just conveyed, what the president has said to his national security team is he wants to leave no stone unturned. He wants them to take every step possible to tap into the resources of global suppliers, to present to him any option that will reduce the impact on the American people. And even as
the thing I don't understand is like, why did it have to get to this point? Why couldn't they just like literally fucking get together in a goddamn room in that comically large fucking table, okay? And not just with Macron, but have France and Germany, and fuck it, America too, even though I feel like they would fuck up the conversations, and Ukrainian leadership, and hash it out. Minsk's so nice, they had to do it thrice, okay? Fuck it. Why not? Why did it have to get to Russia literally being like, we're recognizing the independence of these, we're recognizing the independence of these two areas, and we're putting troops there to defend them.
That any engagement with President Putin would follow that. So at this point, that is certainly not in the plans.
And what would it take to get that conversation back to the table, to reconsider a meeting between the two leaders?
Well, de-escalation. That's what it would take.
Macron tried?
De-escalation
Bro,
means
Macron
moving
has no
troops.
fucking power on his own. What do you mean? And they spoke and then Putin invaded anyway. That is a very interesting take. There's a very interesting turn of victim blaming. Wait, I'm not blaming Ukraine, you fucking idiot. I'm blaming America. What the fuck are you talking about? America has never been a fucking victim. Shut the fuck up.
We are, of course, a very short period of time away from the end of the month of February. The president has not made a decision about who he's going to nominate, but I'm still not going to get into details about the internal process. More to tell soon. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you, Jen. The president said in the spring that
My man said victim blaming. America, victim.
The greatest threat facing America is global warming. Is that still the assessment now that we are facing down a potential cyber war with Russia?
Well, let me first say there is no, we are always prepared for any threat that any outside...
Listen, bro, if Russia wants to fucking win this war, this cyber war at the very least, you know, delete the fucking student loan debt, okay? Hack one of those things, you fucking assholes. You know, just do the right thing, okay? They listened to Donald Trump when he was like, hack my opponent, please. Hillary Clinton, where are the emails? So if they're listening, Russia, if you're listening, hack the student loan debt, okay? Do one thing that's right.
And reiterate, the president has no intention of sending U.S. troops into Ukraine to fight in Ukraine. What we are doing is we are abiding by our obligations to our NATO allies and partners to ensure that they have the support and the resources that they need. And that is our right and our obligation as the United States.
Okay, and why do you guys think that sanctions are going to stop Putin if his goal ultimately is to redraw the map so it looks like it did 70 or 80 years ago? What sanction is going to stop them from doing that?
Well, I think just to kind of reiterate maybe something you touched on there, for anyone who watched his speech last night, what he made clear in that speech is that he doesn't even necessarily or doesn't recognize the independence of Ukraine as a country. And that certainly gives us an indication of where his
He pretty much said it's the West's fault that Putin invaded. It's his troops.
Sanctions can
That's not what I said. That's what you want to hear. Shut the fuck up.
Moments throughout history, and what we view them as or how we're viewing them as, we're starting high, as Dilip just conveyed here, in terms of the significance and the severity of the sanctions that were announced today. Yes, our intention is to have a deterrent effect, and there are, what they have done to date is completely unacceptable. There's certainly far worse that could happen. What we want to do is prevent a large-scale invasion, death and destruction across Ukraine, devastation to the Ukrainian people. And that what happens with sanctions is they work over time. They're not an end. They're not intended to max out at the beginning. They're long-lasting and sustainable, and they're intended to squeeze. But if you look at what is happening now, what President Putin has stated as his intention is he wants to divide NATO. The opposite of that has happened, Peter. He also wanted a geopolitical project, Nord Stream 2, to go forward. That has not happened. He wants to make sure there is a vibrant economy for the Russian people. They're not on that track. So his intentions and his objectives are not playing out.
But so I guess to follow up on that, the president said before he got here that Putin knows if I am president of the United States, his days of tyranny and trying to intimidate the United States and those in Eastern Europe
they're doing
over.
it!
It's 2.5 years later. He is intimidating the United States and those in Eastern Europe. What happened?
I'd hardly put it that way. I would look at it actually from the prism of the United States, and President Biden has rallied the world, rallied Europe to stand up against the efforts and the actions of President Putin. And we've laid out very clearly exactly
$4 gas, $5 gas, however how you guys think it's going to go, something like that. Is not intimidating.
You asked me if we were intimidated by President Putin, and I think the evidence of that doesn't exist. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thank you, Jen. If
I don't. I think they are, though.
Yeah. The president of Ukraine on Saturday called on the United States and its allies to impose the toughest sanctions, and as all of these questions suggest, President Putin doesn't seem to be deterred at this point. Why not choke Russia out financially right now? as a way to try to stop him?
I unironically feel like Trump would have been like, who cares about Donbass?
It's actually a different one. That was
Americans
asked.
can't even point to it on a
Is we
map.
look
Give
at
it to
them
Russia.
for
I think that's what Donald Trump would have done.
purposes. One,
For sure.
Not that they are going to be an end on their own. Just the announcement of sanctions is not going to have the immediate impact. They're not intended to work that way. They're not intended to max out at the beginning. This is why we've always intended to have a range of sanction steps that we could plus up to or escalate to if his behavior and his actions continue to be escalatory. And also, if we do all the sanctions now, what is the deterrent effect or impact of preventing him to take further action? That is what the conversation we've been in with the global community, and that is how we've been approaching it to date.
Senator Lindsey Graham says President Biden is missing the moment. Does he run the risk of being too cautious here with this tranche approach?
In what capacity is he missing the moment? Did Senator Graham say?
I'll read you the entire
Okay, go ahead.
This is a critical moment in history. President Biden is not seizing the moment. The sanctions outlined are woefully
Did he say that
inadequate.
before or after we announced the sanctions?
Saying this consistently.
Well, look, I think it's an important question because what the president announced was the sanctioning of two enormous financial institutions that is essentially going to make it more difficult for people close to President Putin and in the Russian elite to do business. And this is just the beginning.
When do you think they'll start to feel the impact? When will they feel the bite?
Well, they're going to be implemented immediately. So obviously it takes some time, but our effort and our focus is on implementing them immediately.
And going back to President Biden's statement that he wants to mitigate the impact on Americans, can you tell Americans how much pain will they feel with this first tranche?
Well, I think what we're looking at here, Kristen, is of course the impact on natural gas producers primarily is in Europe, and we're working to help them too, but also on the oil markets. And obviously there are many additional steps that President Putin could take, and what we're seeing is that he has every intention of taking, so I can't give you a projection of that. Some of it depends on what the actions are.
I think Americans will feel the impact in the coming weeks of these rounds.
Again, it really depends on what the steps are. What was announced today was significant sanctions on Russian elite and on financial institutions there. The people who will be largely impacted are in Russia on those.
If I could just try one more. SWIFT, not in this initial rollout.
Not in the initial tranche, but remains on the table.
Will it be in the next rollout if there needs to be another rollout?
I can't give you a prediction of that, but again, we have a range of options that remain on the table. Significant that would have a significant and devastating impact on the Russian economy. We've already seen in the Russian economy the impact on inflation there and on the markets there of the expectation of these sanctions. But all of those options remain on the table, and I can't make a prediction of what's next. Go ahead.
The president today used words like bizarre and twisted to describe Putin's remarks. Does the administration believe on what they saw in this speech yesterday, or in the last 24 hours, if you will, that Putin has shown some kind of change in his state of mind and his demeanor?
I wouldn't say we'd characterize it that way, Cecilia. I mean, if you, for those of you who read or watched his speech last night, which was rife with historical inaccuracy, of course, he made clear that he does not view Ukraine, not just the areas he recognized yesterday, but the totality of Ukraine as an independent country. And he conveyed that by providing a lot of revisionist history details that are not aligned with what has happened over the last few decades. Now, we've seen some of that rhetoric if you look back to 2008 and even before then, but it is indicative of of his own belief that he has the right that Russia, and he has the right to take the territory, to claim territory from another country, and we just don't agree with that, obviously.
If sanctions don't work.
I just realized, like, Jen Psaki is kind of doing what I do every day.
Well, sanctions can take a
But usually she has a much better relationship with her gray names than I do.
We have at our disposal SWIFT. The SWIFT system is obviously significant, not in the first tranche, but there's a range of options that remain on the table for sanctions. And again, as Dilip conveyed, but I think this is an important component to know, is that they're not intended to have an impact on the first, the harshest impact on the first day. They're planned, or
I am congested. Yes.
they're designed to have a squeezing impact over the course of time, and we have many more escalatory steps that we could take. Go ahead.
Do you have specific agreements with countries, exporters, to ensure Europe has a steady supply of gas, or is that still a work in progress?
I certainly understand your question. As Dileep said, it's a very sensitive time in the process right now, but what we're doing right now is talking both to major natural gas producers to understand their capacity and willingness to surge natural gas output, which of course is a regional issue that would have an impact in Europe, and also talking, as he said, to
fuck Europe, though.
Producers to help assess or help reduce the market impact and the impact.
Fuck Europe, fuck Ukraine, obviously. Who cares? Like, we'll fucking beef it up. We'll talk a big game. We'll just lie. We'll fucking do whatever the fuck we want to do.
That's what we want.
We'll go to Putin, and then Putin will call our fucking bluff. And then after that, fuck Europe. Fuck the international community getting absolutely cumstered by this. Is ultimately, hey, America gets to fucking weaken a foreign adversary, baby. And maybe even replace Russia as someone who could potentially, offer some natural gas to Europe. Who knows?
Not in the plans anymore. Can you help paint a picture of what exactly diplomacy looks like in terms of dealing with Russia?
Well, first, the door to diplomacy still remains open, and it just as
Putin
I think
apologist take is not a Putin apologist take.
Isn't the appropriate time as Russia is taking escalatory steps.
Of course, Putin is still at fault for invading fucking Donbass. Okay, yes,
and it had always been the intention that any engagement with President Putin would be discussed there and potentially follow there, but there were never any specific plans or timeline really in the works for that. So it was really going to be discussed at that meeting. What diplomacy looks like, one, we're going to continue to engage with our European partners, of course, and we will continue to
Can you encourage male chatters to try not to send dick pics to female chatters, please and thank you? Please immediately report who the fuck did that to you, and we will destroy them. Not only will we fucking literally ban them from the community, obviously, but also ban them. Please also provide proof as well. But we'll get them IP banned from Twitch as well. That's completely unacceptable. I don't like the tone that you're taking to make it seem like, this is something that I've like allowed ever. Or this is something that's like gone unnoticed despite numerous people telling me about it. But ultimately, let us know and we'll fucking absolutely destroy them. Oh, really? How do I do that? Like, look at who the moderators are in the chat. Like, if you reach out to a single one of them, they will immediately fucking both report it to Whisper, one of the moderators, and they have green swords next to their names.
These type of financial institutions back in 2014, and it took several weeks to sanction these type of institutions.
But more in terms of the theory of the case, that instead of doing it in pieces where you start and then continue to add on the lessons that Jake and others have signaled, was that you start high and stay high instead of doing it more piecemeal.
Well, that's exactly what we're doing. So the announcement that was made today about these financial institutions is more significant than what was done in 2014. And we would only build further from here. So that is starting high and staying high. Go ahead.
What Russian actions would trigger the fullest extent of U.S. sanctions?
I'm just not going to detail what exact reaction will be to each action. Obviously, we have a range of options at our disposal. They all remain on the table, and our preference is, of course, de-escalation, not instituting more sanctions.
Is the administration confident that sanctions and export controls can or will be enough to deter Putin? And can you go into any more detail about what those export controls might look like?
I can't go into more specifics, just a range of options are on the table, and obviously export control actions would have a significant additional impact on the economy.
Putin sympathizer.
In terms of...
Glad you removed that stupid text banner. Dude, are you kidding me?
Confident that sanctions and export controls can deter Putin? Are they enough?
Part of what sanctions are is they're intended to be a deterrent, but they are also intended to have a squeezing significant impact on the economy that is felt over a sustainable period of time that makes it more difficult to continue those behaviors and those actions. They're not intended or designed to be an end when they're initially announced. So those are the range of options we have at our disposal, and there will continue to be a growing impact. Go ahead.
Thanks. The president said last week that he was hoping to maybe work with Congress on some sort of proposal to address energy prices. Is that still on the table, or is this focused now on sort of diplomacy with producers and consumers?
All is on the table.
And what might that look like?
Discussions with Congress?
Yeah, would it be in the form of legislation to lower prices, and then what kind of policies is
That is an option, but I don't have anything to detail for you at this point in time.
Another subject, the U.S. and several countries are close to reaching a nuclear deal with Iran. What's the likelihood of an agreement, this week in your view? And would the U.S. agree to a deal that does not include the release of U.S. and British prisoners held by Iran?
Well, let me start with your second question, because this is a really important one. But the discussions on unjustly detained and innocent Americans remain separate from the JCPOA talks. As Special Envoy Malley has reiterated, it's very hard for us to imagine getting back into the nuclear deal or agreeing to kind of a new iteration of the deal, to the point of your question, while 4 innocent Americans and others are being held hostage by Iran. It's really a matter of urgency to bring the detainees home. We want it to be resolved immediately, but it is happening through a separate channel, those conversations.
Wait, hold on.
In terms of the status of the JCPOA talks, we have made substantial progress, or substantial progress has been made over the last week or so, and is continuing to be made. Nothing is agreed until everything is agreed, and so until then, I'm not going to give you a rosy assessment, but it is, of course, good that substantial progress has been made. If Iran shows seriousness, we believe we can and should reach an understanding on mutual return to full implementation of the JCPOA.
And just real quick, is the president concerned at all about the convoy of truckers that's making its way to Washington, and is he taking any sort of steps to protect
Yes, we've actually been monitoring this closely. The Department of Homeland Security and the administration are tracking reports of a potential convoy that may be planning to travel to several U.S. cities, including Washington, D.C. We have been working, including from Dr. Liz Sherwood-Randall here, as well as our Homeland Security Department, closely with our federal, state, and local
the real
partners
hero of the
to
stream.
continuously assess the threat environment and keep our communities safe. And our efforts,
Dude,
include
look at this. This is like next level parasocial. Did you see the way HasanAbi waddled away? That's a number 2 incoming. Like, people try to figure out if I'm pooping or not, dude. That's crazy. Be normal, okay? Be normal. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Go ahead.
Great. First, just want to thank everybody.
Like, ew, dude.
Yes, sure.
What the fuck is
And
wrong
if
with
anybody
you,
needs to go
dude?
for a hit or anything, nobody will take it personally. I know some people have. Go ahead.
So, one question, of course.
No, of course he wasn't right. I stepped away for like 30 seconds. You think I can poop that fast?
Just the beginning of it. Does that mean if nothing changes, you expect more sanctions, or what does that mean, just the beginning of it?
It means we have a range of additional options that we have the ability to take. And if President Putin continues to escalate, so will we.
And on looking to the State of the Union, when was the last time President Biden spoke to a member of Congress about any item in the Build Back Better agenda?
He has a range of conversations all the time, but I'm not going to detail the timeline of those for you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. When can we expect a more detailed explanation from the White House about how it would plan to bring down energy prices?
Well, I think as Dilip just conveyed, a lot of what's happening right now is sensitive. It includes conversations with foreign counterparts and other major large global suppliers. It also includes conversations we're continuing to have with Congress and others about what steps may be at our disposal, and the president is continuing to consider options. So I expect we'll have more to tell you when any decisions are made.
And given what we have heard publicly from the Russians in the last several days, what level of concern does the White House have that the conflict could spill over out of Ukraine and into some of the other nations that the U.S. has vowed to protect militarily and are part of NATO?
Well, without making any prediction of that, what I can tell you is that one of the steps we've taken, including an announcement that the Department of Defense made today about plussing up of an additional 800 personnel to the Baltic region from Italy, is that we take our commitments to our NATO allies and partners seriously, and we are going to continue to take steps to plus up their support and ensure that they know that they have the backing of the United States. But I'm not going to make any other predictions of that. Go ahead.
Thanks a lot. The NSC is threatening to
That was a little scary. Go ahead.
NSC is
McGurk and State Department's Amos Hochstein. I hope I didn't butcher that too much.
Hochstein, but it's
Hochstein.
okay,
Thank
yes.
you. I just wanted to ask, what concrete assurances were they able to secure on managing potential market pressures from Saudi Arabia?
I certainly understand the question. We did confirm that they went on a trip and they discussed a range of issues, including Yemen, but also including steps we can all take to coordinate and reduce the impact on the global market on oil, but I can't detail anything further from here.
Damn, he pooped twice, dude? That's crazy, in a row.
Not to disrupt global energy flows.
Yeah.
And energy prices are high and rising. How can Russia's bottom line really be hurt if you don't disrupt global
The only community on the planet
I think
where we
Russia's
would be
bottom
watching a fucking White House press conference about like imminent war and chatters will spam in between like their takes. Oh, he's doing pee-pee and a poo-poo time. It's awful. What have I done? Poop lole. When it's not poo-poo time, but top of the hour ad break time, okay? That's what time it is, actually. And then chatters love deflecting and saying, you made us this way, you made us this way, when it's like, no, I didn't, okay? I did not do that. You're doing this all on your own, okay? But the top of the hour ad break will come for you regardless of how much of a baby you are personally. And if you no longer want to see the ads at the top of the hour, then all you need to do is subscribe. You can subscribe for $5. You can subscribe for free. I'm eating rotisserie chicken today. Straight up. Danku, supporting my Armenian businesses. You know what I mean? I post Kussy on main. Shut up. Do as I say, not as I do. Anyway, here's the 1 minute ad break now.
To the Russian people. Our expectation, and we hope we are wrong, is that he will continue to take escalatory actions and further invade the country, and we will take additional steps in response.
Is the administration preparing any sort of measures for Ukrainians already in the United States, such as TPS or any other sort of immigration protections for those who might not want to go back?
Sure, I don't, obviously those decisions or assessments are made by the Department of Homeland Security. I can't make a prediction of that at this point in time.
No way.
Obviously what we are doing on the ground is trying to provide a range of economic, humanitarian, and security assistance to
They
the
didn't do
Ukrainian
that for
government.
fucking people in
I understand you're asking
Afghanistan.
about people who are
Why would
here,
they do that?
and
I mean, they're
obviously
not going to do that for
preparing
Ukraine
for,
either.
the
I mean, I guess they're
potential
whiter,
for,
but
major humanitarian outflows that could go into Europe and have a range of needs. And so that is also something we are closely tracking. We are also poised to increase our support to the people of Ukraine should additional humanitarian needs arise. Our response would be based on assessment of the needs, our partners' emergency appeals, in coordination with our European allies and partners. But we are assessing the humanitarian situation on the ground very closely, and we're going to continue to engage with allies and partners about any humanitarian needs that escalate and refugee outflows if they are to continue to occur.
Given we're getting close to the deadline, are SCOTUS interviews done at this point? I know it's all in process, and
I know.
But you know, are they done at this point?
The long national process will soon be over, so that's the good news. I'm not going to detail the status, but I can tell you that the president has not made a decision yet, but we remain on track for him to make a decision and make an announcement before the end of the month. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I know you said you didn't like military questions too much, but...
No, I love military questions. I'm just not going to outline military movements from here.
Okay, fine. Because you know, one kind of salient aspect of this whole thing has been actually the openness of the U.S. in giving military details about what the Russians are up to. So I'm wondering if you can go a little further with that. It seems important that people don't really understand, like, these, you know, the so-called peacekeepers, like, how many are there? Are they in Donbass now? Is it a handful of people? Is it a few guys with, like, you know, jeeps? Or is it tons of tanks, missiles? But I don't think Americans really have a good idea of what it is, what this invasion actually consists of.
Sure,
right?
and I appreciate...
And another question would be, There's obviously no U.S. trainers in Ukraine anymore. But will this military training relationship continue in a third country?
Sure. On the second, I would point you to the Department of Defense, who's best equipped to answer that question. On the first, it's a really important one. I think it's important for the American public who may be just tuning in to know that there has been a Russian military presence in Ukraine since back to 2014, which they never admitted, they never acknowledged. In some ways, they've only recently acknowledged. Back in 2014 and in the years after, we called them the little green men because they were not in Russian military uniform. Now we know that they are all over eastern Ukraine, and they are, well, not in uniform. They are behaving just like Russian military would be behaving. So that is something I can't give you a number or specifics.
So it's not an invasion.
I can't get into intelligence, but it is important for the American people to know that regardless of whether they're in uniform.
But what's happening now is not an invasion.
2014, they are representing the Russian government. They are separatists who are. We probably should stop calling them peacekeepers because they are certainly
not the invasion was going on for the past 8 years and is not a real invasion then. Now, so the intelligence is completely false then.
That is what the purpose of a lot of them is there for.
Did anything change in the last 24 hours? I think that's really the question.
Yes, I'm not gonna be able to give you any additional assessment of that at this point in time from here. But I understand your question. We'll continue to work to give you more. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. 2 quick questions on Nord Stream 2. The first is the deputy director just said that stopping Nord Stream 2 relieved Europe of a geostrategic chokehold that Russia would have had on them. So if Nord Stream 2 going online was such a threat, why in May did the president waive sanctions on the company and the chief executive behind it? And my second question is there a concern that Nord Stream 2, if Russia were to make concessions or retreat in some way, that might open up the door to Nord Stream 2 going back online? Or is it your understanding that it is dead no matter what Russia does?
Well, I would first say that, the president has never been a supporter of Nord Stream 2. We've always criticized it as a project that we didn't support. We took a range of steps and sanctions, including sanctions, to make that very clear. What the announcement made by the German chancellor today was not by accident. It was at the conclusion of a range of diplomatic engagement and efforts by the president.
Why is that
and
America's
of our national
business?
Security team and unity from the Europeans about the fact that this could not move forward.
Why does America get to have a say on that?
Issuing preemptive sanctions on that was the right step to take. But look where we are. Nord Stream 2 is not moving forward. And by the way, it hasn't been operational anyway. So, that's a fact. It's not moving forward at this point in time. In terms of the future, we've never felt it was a good project. We've been clear about that. And that assessment, I don't know.
No, but why? Why does America get to stop a pipeline
Does the White House have any reaction
if
to
Germany and Russia both
calling
consent?
Putin's move yesterday genius and smart?
Serious question. I want chatters to ask themselves
we try not to take
why
advice,
America
from
gets to
anyone who
decide
praises
whether or
President Putin
not
and his military
Germany
strategy, which I
and
believe is what
Russia
happened
could
there,
fucking build
expresses an openness to
another
lifting sanctions
pipeline.
about the seizing of territory in Crimea, or at any point in time told leaders of the G7.
We're not talking
that
about like the
Crimea is a part of
environmental
Russia,
impact or
regardless
anything.
if
Just
they are
ask
a
yourself
former
why
president.
America gets
So,
to say that.
There's a bit of a different tactic, a bit of a different approach, and that's probably why President Biden and not his predecessor was able to rally the world and the global community in taking steps against Russia's aggression.
Is there any fear that statements like that could turn support for Ukraine into a more partisan issue among the U.S. public?
By the former president? I think that is up to members of the Republican Party to make the decision, to make the determination. There has a long history, decades of history, which President Biden was a part of when he was chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, of standing up to the efforts of any country to seize the territory of another country, standing up
Except
for
Israel.
efforts by the United States to rally global support against
except when we do it.
and illegal actions by another country. There's a long history of that, not in a partisan way, in a bipartisan way, and certainly that choice is up to Republicans to determine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I've got 2 questions quickly. The administration rolled out
Except Israel and Saudi Arabia and other allies
and elites
of the United States.
My question is, are any of them being sanctioned for the first
Or
time,
when we do it.
or are these sort of repeat bad offenders?
That's a good question. I'm sure we can get you a breakdown of that. I believe some of them are new, and certainly the banks are new, but let us get you a more specific breakdown of that.
My second question is, the last time Jake Sullivan was here, he said that a Russian invasion of Ukraine would lead to U.S. sanctions, warning that that would necessarily make Moscow more beholden to Beijing. Obviously, both of those foreign powers aren't exactly the most friendly to us. So is the administration taking any steps or issuing any warnings to keep those geopolitical foes from, aligning together and marching in lockstep?
Well, long before the events of the last few months, we saw China and Russia moving closer together in some capacity. But right now, as we're looking at the actions of President Putin and as we're preparing for him to further invade Ukraine to unfortunately put forward death and destruction on the country and the people of Ukraine, it's really a question for China. On
Finally, they mentioned the people of Ukraine
and think that's acceptable behavior. So I think you saw that our Secretary of State had a conversation with his counterpart in the last 24 or 48 hours, and we will certainly remain and continue to engage. But I think it's about looking at where the global community is in this moment and determining where you want to stand. Okay, go ahead.
She keeps saying further invade.
About rapid COVID tests. Do you have an update at this point on how many you've shipped and how many you've under contract?
I believe we do, but I'm going to have to get that to you after the briefing. We have, let me get that to you after the briefing because I think we have some updated numbers on that. I think we're going to have to wrap up shortly here. Go ahead in the back.
Thank you, Jen. I'm sorry I had to step out.
It's okay.
For a live shot for a moment, but so if somebody asks this question, I'm sorry. But I would like to clarify what Dalip said at the beginning. He said that Nord Stream 2 will go to waste now. So do you have assurance from Germany that it's the decision to cancel the project is final, or it's still reversible?
Well, I would really, I don't have anything to build on beyond what the strong statements and the strong comments of the Chancellor this morning and the President's own statements about how it would not move forward. Okay, thanks everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
Interesting.
There's a ghost photographer in the walls. Where's Doug Mills? Is he back there?
Once again, yet another fucking press conference where we learned absolutely nothing. Interesting questions all around, leading me to further believe that, I mean, the ultimate goal is to fucking yeet Nord Stream, right? It's the ultimate goal. Because and America has openly admitted this, even before Russia invading, imminent invasion, or like actual invasion, which is not really an invasion now, according to the fucking American government. But that was always their goal, and the reason why that was the goal was because they would have an over-reliance. It would help the Russian economy, but it would also, on top of that, it would also fucking create an over-reliance on Russia. It would improve Russia's standing within European countries. And it would make it so that Russia had more power. Okay? And they're able to do that. We'll see what happens with Germany.